Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX. What? Slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that rage, getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
right!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Verdict. Welcome, the Community Gladiators 2024, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile. And this is a event that I think is gonna knock the ball right out of the park, because we are setting up brand new pro teams to challenge some of the old school teams that we've got out there already. Verdict, how you feeling, buddy?
I don't know, man. Garena's Got Talent has just gotten so much better over the past few days, and then we get the luxury of having the Mustachio AJ in here. I don't know, dude. I don't know how to feel. I'm just like jumping through my socks right now. As a matter of fact, I don't even have socks on anymore. Nonetheless, you've knocked them off, and here we are. Day 3, it's Championship Sunday. All that is COD has been happening all weekend long, and we're getting a little bit of a special treat here in Garena, and I am very, very thrilled to be a part of it.
I'm super excited as well, man. I'm super excited to have this opportunity to cast with you as well for the very first time. I was a last-minute replacement because one of our other casters could not make it for the day. So I am totally not prepared. But what I am prepared for is to watch some of that crazy action that I got to catch off of the live broadcast yesterday, because we're talking about Community Gladiators. We're talking about, kind of taking things easy with the game modes. We've got Team Deathmatch. How often do you see that within the pro scene? We've got Search and Rescue, never before done within the pro scene. And of course, if at all we do need it, we head on over into Hardpoint. But in the best of 5s, we sure as hell will have a couple of Hardpoint matches. What has been the icing on the cake for me thus far, and then the cherry on top of it, is the fact that yesterday was the day where we saw teams take Team Deathmatch super seriously, Verdict.
No, they do, and I've seen teams camp, I've seen teams be aggressive, I've seen teams play the map differently than what we're used to seeing on a normal competitive way. But as we take a look at the tournament format here to kind of give you an idea of how we got to this particular stage, and with Team Deathmatch going to be game number 1 here in the best of 3s, what are we expecting here out of this one?
Well, this is the stage 3 setup. So let's rewind the clock just a tad bit, right? So if this is stage 3, obviously there was stage 1 and 2. Initially for stage 1, we had more than 2,000 people sign up for the Community Gladiators 2024. And through that, we identified the best of the best, the creme de la creme, because what we did was we threw all of those players into 1v1 battles in 5 different gun categories: the assault rifle, SMG, LMG, sniper, as well as shotgun. And stage 1 and stage 2, we separated Philippines from MYSG, because we kind of know that the Philippines has got way too much of crazy talent, and we didn't want to diminish the possibility for seeing MYSG shine on the stage 3 stage. But technically, now we understand it's not really a concern we should have had, because the MYSG teams have been holding their own. But that, of course, was stage 1. We had 160 players qualify for stage 2, and in stage 2, we forced them to form teams out of the qualified players. So all of the teams that you see here were kind of patched together only in stage 2. They have not had a lot of time to work on their chemistry, but clearly some teams are having it easier than the others, Verdict.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And what are these teams playing for now as we take a look at the prize pools here? It's been a long journey, and, well, the work's not over with just yet. It's 50,000 COD points going to be going for that first place champion. Runner-up is going to be right there along with a 25,000 COD point. Second runner-up going to be running with 13,000. 8,000 going to go to the third runner-up. So what we're trying to figure out here in this Gladiator event is who is Maximus and who is the Commodus. Obviously, if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. Maybe I butchered your name, but you get the picture. We're looking for the #1 champion. Who's going to be that next up-and-coming team?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, let's take a look at the 8 teams that did qualify for the playoffs of stage 3, but unfortunately, due to the level of competition and of course the tournament format, we are now only left with the top 3 teams. The 3 to still stay in the competition would be TeamBa as well as EA XCEED KURZO from the Philippines, and representing MYSG, the one and only Radical Requiem. Perhaps these 3 will then later on go on to Garena Master 6 and dominate there as well. That would truly be the Cinderella run for us.
Cinderella story as well. Will the shoe fit on the other foot? Right now, we'll take a look at who is left standing on the chopping block. Obviously, we've got one team left up top, and it's that KURZO roster. Exceeded our expectations altogether.
Yeah.
But I will go back to my day one, and I will say, hey, this team might be the best team in all of this event. And I haven't been wrong yet in that sense. But battling for third tonight and also getting a chance for a redemption tour up top, we've got TeamBa and we've got Radical Requiem still left. And that one should be interesting as well. Can they dethrone the champions who are at the top currently?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, they don't have a lot of options. They don't have a lot of opportunities. It's a best of 3. So you slip up, you've got another chance. You slip up 2 times in a row, out you go from the competition. The team that wins heads on into the grand finals for a best of 5. Now, if the team from the lower bracket does manage to shut down XCEED, KURZO up in the grand finals, they will reset the grand finals and they have to go in for another best of 5. So it's not going to be an easy trip here for the teams down in the lower bracket.
AJ, I'd love to say we're going to be having a long night here tonight, but we've had 6-hour broadcasts for the past 2 days. This one's going to be a cakewalk, okay? This one is going to be short and sweet. We're going to get right to the punch. We're not going to miss at all here. Obviously, if you do miss, you're out if you are TeamBa or if you are Radical Requiem. They're on the chopping block. They only have one shot today, and if they lose, they're done. If they move on to the grand finals, one of these teams will. You still got KURZO up top to face off. And not only do you got to beat them in a best of 5 once, but you also have an opportunity to beat them again in the finals reset, as we will be getting that redemption tour. But you got to beat them first to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to hustle if you're in the lower brackets. And unfortunately for Radical Requiem as well as TeamBa, that is exactly what they got to do. But of course, let's take a look at the team lineup here for the Philippines. This is TeamBa. And first of all, I love the logo. I love the comedy behind the name. And I absolutely love the talent on the roster here as well. The only problem that I have with TeamBa is the fact that 2 of their players, mainly Hard EZR as well as VG Vanilla, these 2 boys really need to step up. They're kind of lagging behind the rest of the team members who are on the positive KD. If you want to look at Sampots as well as Missor, they are on a 1.91 KD as well as a 1.88 KD average. They are heavy carrying TeamBa right now. If Hard as well as Vanilla do not step it up, Radical Requiem might just stomp all over them.
No, you're absolutely right, AJ. As a matter of fact, as we take a look at our next roster, who is going to be the team that possibly stomp them out? It's going to be the team representing Malaysia and Singapore. It's Radical Requiem. Dragon Z has been frying all tournament long. I don't know what that KD is looking like, but it's got to be solid, as well as our MVP from our last series yesterday was Danielle and Donk 111. They have been cooking, and this team collectively has looked great in both the team deathmatch and in the search and rescue.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all, man. And, you know, here's the crazy thing about Radical Requiem. Danielle is a crazy good player, but he's only on a 1.72 KD average. You've got 3 players who are better than him when it comes to the KD averages. So that's insane, right? You've got a 1.74, you've got a 1.91, and a 2.18 KD average from Akmal. This team knows how to slay. This team is, you know, really driving my hopes up for MYSG, dude. I mean, seriously, this is straight up facts, all right? MYSG has always looked like the little brother when compared to the Philippines, except for some creme de la creme squads that has been holding the honor for MYSG all this while.
Something to note as well as we go ahead and take a look at the map vetoes. Radical Requiem probably has the best search and rescue out of all the teams that have played thus far, and that does include XCEED. Now, what I will say is, if you're going to beat any of these teams today, you've got to do it in the first 2 games rather than letting it get to that hard point. Obviously, if you're going to make it to the grand finals, you've got to play the hard points. But nonetheless, this is where the stage unfolds. AJ, we're heading to Arsenal for game number 1. What are your thoughts on this best of 3 so far?
You know, I think that we saw a little bit of the top tier action from both of these teams already as far as the team deathmatch is concerned. But TeamBa obviously has a little bit of an issue when it comes to composure. You know, they kind of play things a little bit slow.
Correct.
They move on ahead. They do get a little bit of advantage, and then they slip up. They allow their opponents to take an easy one over them, right? So in the past, perhaps in the past few series, this could have been all right, but at this stage, obviously, it's not going to be acceptable anymore. But if at all they do slip up on the TDM, you still have the search and rescue, where I think TeamBa actually stands a super good chance for pushing this into a game number 3, because they have been pretty solid as well in their own accord.
I won't challenge you on that one. You know the region. This is yours. I'm just a guest, and let me tell you, as an outsider, I have enjoyed it, and I have spectated. But the search and rescue, though, in my opinion, is got to be the bread and butter there for Radical Requiem. Battle for third place right here. Loser will take their lion's share of 8K or 13K COD points, but we're looking for the bragging rights, AJ.
Dude, I mean, just don't overpeak. Try to get those revivals there. Try to get those rescues. Try to keep those numbers up on your side. It should be a straightforward matchup here at Arsenal. As long as TeamBa does not slip up right after pouring a little bit of too much water out of the TeamBa on the floor, they should be all right. I mean, maybe they can force RR to slip up.
Okay, we'll see. Well, first one to slip up, obviously, is going to be paying a price, because this map is huge. It's basically a hide and seek now as we go ahead and duck on into the vents. Sampot's looking for some shots. He's got an L3 Tundra, and I've got to say, boys, gals, he is hitting everything that moves. Right now, nobody's moving his vicinity. Donk actually going to be able to get on board first. That's Radical Requiem with a 3-piece coming through from the nade.
Akmal's telling us, yeah, man, you want to know where the 2.18 KD came from? That's exactly where, baby. Fantastic double nades from the guy. 1 nade, 2 bread, Sampot and Dance just picking it up for TeamBa as well. I love how TeamBa started things off. They kind of split off into 3 different directions as opposed to RR that flooded the lab. And thus far, it's just a 1 elimination difference equalized by that. Looks like we have lost Verdict for a second here. No worries. We will get him right back in a little bit. It's a target of 50. And Verdict, I think these boys still have a lot more time. But this is where the pressure is going to start building up on TeamBa. They should not be rushing in now.
No, they're not going to slip up here. Surely, there we go. Ties it up. The big 2-piece there from Donk111 a while back. Absolutely loved it. But right here, as we see, everything is starting to heat up. Big shots from Messer. Not going to be able to get the second. Dragon Z and Emmy going to combine for 2. As we see Heart EZR going to come out with a KRM. That's the pride and joy of Garena.
Oh, and Dunk is just dunking on everyone here. But it is an opportunity for TeamBa now to just run away with this. They've got that 1 life advantage, that 1 elimination. But of course, Emmy taking a double will pull Team RR right back in front. This is how close we are at this point. As Danielle hits the 3 combo, the RR is slowly finding their composure again. What I've been afraid of is slowly coming to fruition. TeamBa just needs to back away a little bit. They still have 8 minutes to play.
Oh, and they're rushing right on into that P1 site. Let me tell you, it ain't happening, buddy. Donk11's here, the window seal. Let's see if he can play a little reserve. Heck yeah, there it is. There's a shot. It's crispy. 2 players right here on the headies. They're going to be able to prevail. Dan Z actually going to be able to retaliate in a slow but steady, clawing their way back into it. It is TeamBa. They might have slipped up earlier on, but right now they're going to be playing a little bit less aggressive, and it's paying dividends.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, how is TeamBa listening to whatever I'm saying? Because they slowed that pace down. They kind of stacked Cafe Fest and then slowly started hopping on 1 by 1 now. They just have to continue this for a little bit. Just make sure they don't get backstabbed. But Emmy and Danielle, perfect positions held. They do have a little bit of peek out, and they use that advantage against TeamBa. 31-23. Slowly, TeamBa slipping away, and Danielle just ripping through them now with the claw as well.
No! Oh my God. How devastating. Things went from bad to worse. Emmy up top. He is reading the spawns. Hot little shots. And a nasty little setup here. It can't be broken. TeamBa slipping up. 12 points now is the winning factor. And I've got to say, AJ, I don't see Radical Requiem selling this lead. There ain't no way we're coming back from this one.
I mean, you know, even Emmy is on fire right now, right? 6 eliminations in a row already. Hasn't been taken down, but Mesor finally stepping it up as well. Dance brings in the Sparrow. Perhaps we get to turn this around, but TeamBa cannot drop any more lives here.
40 points.
1 more.
There goes the Sparrow. 1 shot. No. Vanilla finally going to be able to step him up. But it's unfortunate, though. You're still down by about 12. You got to make all these kills count. An Annihilator off for Sandpots. There goes Amy with the retaliation. Operator for operator we go. There goes the Hunter Killer. There goes the Purifier. And it is a disgusting performance out of Radical Requiem as they are setting the stage early as Akbal's just going to fry one more. Then Sandpots, next victim. Oh, he stays alive, but he does get shut down.
Jump animation with the Purifier in hand. A good comeback here by TeamBa. But can they stop the annihilation from RR? They only need 3 more to shut down TeamBa. And it looks like they are going to be putting their lives here on the line. That was a risky one, but Dong taken out of a good power position here. Batteries now taken over by TeamBa. But look at this. A split push coming through from RR from both angles of entrance as well as the cafe.
They've got him surrounded. Come out with your hands up, or we will be forced to make the entry. Look at Donk. He's up top. He's crawling. Only 3 kills needed. He spotted one. Not going to be able to pull the trigger. And now he's just going to be like slow and steady. But Sandpot's out. Some Dragon Z. Can't be denied. Oh, no, the reload. He's not going to be able to get the movement to land, but only 1 more kill is needed. And Radical Requiem can close it out.
My goodness. I wish it was closer, but unfortunately, what I was worried about seems to be the exact problem for TeamBa. They are so good at keeping that momentum up, but once they get a tad bit confident, they just show up a little bit too much, and you cannot take an aggressive push like that against Radical Requiem. They are thanking them all the way into game number 2 with a 1-up on TeamBa.
1-up on TeamBa, then you're heading into your best map on your best mode, search and rescue. Let's take a look at some of the highlights we've seen from this map. It was an absolute masterclass out of Radical Requiem. They started to slow down towards the end, and well, the P1 site was very, very much so hard to break on in. And you can see it right here. It's RR who is just ripping them away, Holger by Holger. I think Danielle dropped like, what, 19, 20 kills almost?
Yeah, I would prefer if the highlights didn't have the search day 3 there, but apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But, you know, looking at the performance out of TeamBa here, towards the very end, you clearly see there is quality in their gameplay. They know their positions. They know how to play this slow enough to minimize the risk and take those eliminations. But it is the mid segment of this match that I feel, not just today, not just in this series, time and time again, TeamBa has slipped up. They cannot allow this to happen in SNR, or this is going to be over in a 2-0.
Yeah, you got to find a way to nerf Danielle, man. 19-8, this just cannot, you know, this can't happen. You can't allow a player like this to kind of run through you. Oh, I say kind of. I mean, they ran through you. Anytime you have that kind of impact on a map and you command that kind of, you know, gunfight ability, obviously your team, your teammates are going to be able to just roam freely throughout. They're going to be worried about you the whole time. And surely enough, Radical Requiem, they handle business started early on, and towards the end, you mentioned it, like the meat of the sandwich was great, but at the end of the day, it still resulted in a Radical Requiem win.
And, you know, this is exactly, I think, you know, both you and I got the key highlights for this matchup. You did mention Danielle's going to be that key player to look out for, and you were spot on, man. He got more than a 2.0 KD on this matchup. But even Emmy, look at this, 4 times he fell in this matchup. He's not really screaming great numbers like Danielle, but having a 2.0 KD from this game alone against TeamBa that was so tactical in their approach, obviously, you know, kind of push them over the edge. But if you look on TeamBa, what the problem here is, once again, it's going to be with Hard EZR as well as VG Vanilla. I wouldn't say their engagements is the problem. It's the positioning and the pacing and the timing of them pushing out into those positions, man.
I mean, everybody has games like that, right? I mean, it's bound to happen, especially in competitive. You're going to get exposed from time to time. And, you know, in a game like Team Deathmatch that's so very unforgiving, maybe it is the amount of engagements that you took. Maybe play with a duo. Maybe play with someone who is having a good game and play as a call-out duty, you know? Give away locations, bait for your teammate so that they can capitalize on it. How do you integrate your abilities that may not be the best with the gunny, but maybe best somewhere else? And obviously that adaptation never came through.
Yeah, absolutely. I truly agree with you. This sounds so mean, but sometimes you just gotta be the bait, especially in SNR. If you really want to, you know, overtake a site, who are the two players you push out first? It has to be these two players that has led to the most number of casualties on the side of TeamBa, so that a little bit of recovery can still be made, and you do have the players who can slay waiting in the background. You allow these guys to kind of scout out the area, make sure it's all in the clear before you play your objective, right? I think as long as TeamBa kind of focuses on, minute adjustments of their strategy, it should be a no-brainer getting us into this hardpoint game.
That's a no-brainer, man. You got big bait dangling out on the hook, man. You know what that is going to bring to you? It's going to bring to you bigger fish. Right now, the biggest fish in the pond it's got to be Radical Requiem. I know we talked about that Philippines and Malaysia-Singapore battle. Right now, Malaysia and Singapore are absolutely handling business right now. I had no doubt in my mind that they were going to cook.
Dude, I am from Malaysia. I had doubts, right? And I am so pleased. I'm so freaking pleased that Radical Requiem is showing this level of quality. And if they can cook like this, and if they can just build on that confidence and build on their teamwork, chemistry, because you see, the top 16 teams that have already made it into stage 3 automatically qualify for the qualifiers of Garena Masters 6. We may see these teams again very, very soon. And this is a fantastic training ground for them.
Pause. What did you just say?
I have to be very specific here. The top 16 teams, all teams that have made it into stage 3, will qualify for the qualifying rounds of Garena Masters 6, the pro tournament that all of our pros are in.
See, this is the information that we were going to release yesterday. We were like, you know what? We're going to hold that for Championship Sunday, chat. This is how big this tournament is. This may be a community gladiators event. It may be a fun one, but there's nothing fun about seeing players sweaty. Well, I mean, I enjoy it. And the crowd enjoys it. The players, they're going to be sweating their sweaty little thumbs off, and they're not going to enjoy it in the moment, but when they're playing and they're cooking, they're absolutely going to love every single moment of it. And then you said the top 3 teams are going to be moving on, or top 6 teams.
Yeah. See, top 16. But now the biggest question has to be drawn back here to whether or not TeamBa can capitalize on their mistakes that they had made earlier and ensure that Vanilla as well as Hard ECR is used as good bait to catch some big fish. And this big fish called Radical Requiem is an annihilating monster out there when it comes to the gun skills, right? It's very rare. It is a rare occasion to see MYSG this dominant. If you're not looking at, the almighties of all or divinity uprising of all, you really don't see this sort of a matchup between MYSG as well as the Philippines verdict.
Okay, well, you said Hard ECRD's a step up. I know he's a shotgun main because I've seen him pull several clips off. He doesn't have a positive kit. He didn't have one, at least in that last one. But on a map like Tunisia, there's only few amount of places where a shotgun could really thrive. And to get there, you got to cross through a lot of open space. So I don't necessarily know if that gameplay or that style of play is going to work in particular. You may have to change up the style in order to work. In Vanilla, I just don't know. Maybe just dangle yourself out there a little bit longer than normal, and maybe not put yourself in a bad position. Maybe you get rescued and you can comply and work it out with the team. Now, as we're gonna go ahead and get on into the action, this is the deciding factor. Who's gonna be moving on to the grand finals? AJ, is it gonna be Radical Requiem, who I said earlier has the best search and rescue without a doubt. Will they be able to handle business here and make it a 2-0?
I think you hit the nail on the head earlier with the pun of the call-out duty. This is where TeamBa really has to give that information to the rest of the team members. This is where communication is going to be key, because in a search and rescue, yes, you do have your objective of course, planting and defusing the bomb, but you also have the objective of maintaining the numbers on your side. If your team members do get taken out, is your objective going for the bomb, going for the defusal, or bringing backup for that matchup?
Bring it back up. You're going to need a lot of it onto the B side. No casualties as of yet, but your attacking squad, they've already gotten the job done on the site, but there goes the nade. It's going to be able to find one. He's going to be able to find one in return, though. This bomb certainly about to go down. 42 seconds on the clock before it goes boom.
Quick push into B, and it is a fantastic position held by Akmal. Takes a double. Emmy pulls the final elimination, a full team ace, and Radical Requiem is not messing around. They just want to get into the grand finals, hit that reset, and take the championship for themselves.
They can very well do so if they continue to play like this. If you are the side of anybody who is playing them, you've got to ban this map. This is their bread and butter. They are going to run it down your throat every time. Right now, we're going to buckle right back up. And if ain't broke, don't break it. Over towards the A side or B side we go. Easy Art's going to be able to take down one before he goes, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. Leads us at a dead even draw of 3v3.
Yeah, the damage is already there, and now the numbers advantage to the side of Radical. Requiem, the revival comes into play as well. Akmal down, and Emmy joins him as well. And here comes Sampots on the shutdown on Dragon Z. And this is exactly what TeamBa needs, but they need a revival. And Sampots just makes it a tad bit... Come on, Sampots. Let me finish the sentence at the very least.
Come on, let AJ cook, bro. We want to see the hype. We want to see the energy. I actually can't even blame it. When Donk is bonking you on the head with sniper shots, and when he's high, he is very, very hot, you know, hard to shut down. He's already got 3 on board. Emmy's sitting at 4. I know for a fact Emmy is probably going to be the star of this one, but Donk will surprise you at some of the shots he's gotten so far. They have put up and put their money where their mouth is. Here comes the hit through the cubby. Oh, man, that is about as free as it gets, but Emmy is going to be taken down. Akmal now going to have to force the res as well as pick up this bomb site, and you got a little bit of aggression going to be coming through that connector if you do so to choose to go that route.
Yeah, Dog still bonking everyone on the head, man. Revivals are needed here for TeamBa. And the question is, can they actually get there? Daniel's holding on a very clear angle here down mid. Opportunity to spot him out. Messor's on that backup as well. 3 players down. And it looks like Hart as well as Messor need to find a good way to play this rotation because all angles locked down here by RR.
Rez gonna come through. Easy R gonna be able to try to contribute. He's going to be sniffed out. Down to a 2v1. Dan Z, the last one alive. There as he does take down one. Can't play the heady that way. Akmal going to be smoking you. And that Finnick at range or up close, it don't matter. He ain't missing. This is a 3-0 dominant performance so far. Something's got to change there for the boys over at TeamBa.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And it looks like the gunfights are a little bit mismatched yet. TeamBa slipping up. They should slow the pace down, but unfortunately, the game mode doesn't allow them to on the defense. They just have to reposition. And then, I mean, if you keep failing when you split up, I think at this point, you just need to stack one hill and then rotate together as a squad here, Reddit.
No, I completely agree. Dragon Z going to go ahead and stick the bomb plant. 2 players left here for the retake. No res is going to be coming through anytime soon.
Nice.
Won't scratch that on mine, Smesser. He's going to be able to get one through the smoke. But as soon as I say that, it's a 1-for-1 trade, and just like that, we're down to a 1v4.
And this is exactly where the tacticals comes into play as well. If only the defending team of TeamBa had a couple of smokes on them, perhaps a couple of flashes on hand, then perhaps they can get a couple of extra seconds in there for those rescues. But unfortunately, it's all just straightforward rescues out in the open. And there's 2 problems with this, right? Number 1, the guy who's going out to rescue in the open. And number 2, the guy who initially fell out in the open. Your positioning is crucial here. The backup from your team members. So you just can't swing out wide open and round these corners.
We're going to route this quarter over towards the B side right now. 1 player left to deal with here on the site. Now is Hart Easy R is going to be able to provide a little bit of lane traffic. Dan Z going to be contesting right there in the bottom of the connector, and he's good for 2. That is absolutely massive. And we'll see if they can continue this dominance now as Messer's going to be able to find another 2-piece. This might be the round that they take.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, there's no way they lose this, right? Donk comes sliding back in, but Dance is there with the growl, and he sorts that out. First round for TeamBa.
All right, there we go. Adjustments. You saw that. The reapproach over towards the B site, the retake, never needed to come through because you already had the penetration right there at the bottom side of the map, right where that connector was. Danzy goes massive, takes one off the heady, and takes one before that out in the open. And, you know, you never really recover. But is it too late now? You're down by 3. You're on the defending side, and, well, you got 1 more round. You must take this one in order to have a chance.
Dude, there's no way they're not listening to me, man. I mean, it looks like they are going for that A stack. Most of the numbers are pushed towards there, but Sampots down and out for the count already. Can someone get the pickup as Hart finds one, gets quickly turned on, but Akmal is there for the catch. Hart, can he hit 3 in a row? But Illa is there for the save. Danielle right around the corner. The sprays are there, and Hart walks away with the triple in this to pull the second round as well for TeamBa before we switch sides.
Okay, there we go. Post. Hey, look, everything in those first 4 rounds out the window. You just forget about it, you move on. Now we flip, we get a chance to kind of change the pace. You get to set it for your own. You get to figure out where you want to push it. Right now, the defense is in a 2-1-2 split. And everybody on the attacking side, they've got the nade spots locked down. They're trying to get this top winery locked in, but if they make too much noise, that adjustment on the backside is going to come through. As I say that, wall bang does come through on sandpots. And it looks like we're going to try to get a res up, but here comes the nade from Donk.
Oh, what a spot by Donk! Sticking straight to the heart of EZR, and that was perfect. No rescues. Down you go. Donk still in the corner. Dance punishes Donk. And the rescue is there now for TeamBa to pull things equal once again with the numbers.
Okay, big res here. Vanilla can make something happen. Gonna be able to take or pick up. I think that's sandpots. Yes. And surely we got an even matchup. It is squared. 1 minute left to go on the round. You got to make a decision. Are you going to continue to push this A side, or are you going to double back? They're going to go ahead and double down. Dragon Z going to be able to pick them apart. There goes 2. Is it good enough for the 3rd? No, everyone is retreating. And, well, you put yourself in a bad position now because the bomb is down in no man's land. And, hey, you're getting bum rushed, buddy.
I was going to say they need to pick hard up, but they did exactly that and saved me a little bit of breath. 2v3. The numbers against TeamBa, and they've already had those 2 revivals. These players cannot be taken down once again. In a search and rescue, you can only rescue your team member 1 time in each of these rounds. So although you do have an extra life, you don't get to play that all too many times. Messor tagged up, but slides away. Perhaps TeamBa still has an opportunity, but Akmal says, hell no. 1 more player. Messor shut down. He gets a triple.
That's a masterclass. Perfect setup. You got the cross cover down low and hazard. You get the res up top. You hear it all the way through. And as soon as they jump down, because they're forced to, all you have to do is just hit your shots. And even if you miss, you got someone there to have your back. Akmo in a prime position. Dragon Z, the combo, the duo, absolutely lovely as we buckle up for the 8th round here. Rotations over towards this B site. Nate does not hit the trophy, but it does go down. And there's a lot of noise being made. Danzy's here. He's going to be able to take down 1, but in the smoke, he got another. Akmo, he's there. He's going to be able to find a 2-piece. And this might be a round that could be flipped on its head rather quickly if this bomb goes down.
Yeah, tacticals are needed here, man. I mean, you got to lay out those smokes. You got to bring back your fallen teammates. You got to rescue them instantly because right after you play that objective, you need to have the numbers to play the defense. But no time for them. Dragon burns them, and it looks like match point for Team Radical Requiem.
Man, I don't mean to toot my own horn, bro, but I said they've got the best search and destroy or search and rescue in this tournament. It translates to S&D as well, and I've got to say, look, I called it. I'm sticking by it. I knew it from the beginning. The first time I seen them play top level competition in this tournament, they dogged them. They are a different breed, especially on Tunisia.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you know, one of the goals of Community Gladiators was finding the new breed of pro players that will be able to put up a good fight in Garena Master 6, right? And quite honestly, we don't care who that team is. We don't care who the highlight players are. We just want to see new blood get in there and mess things up for the current champs who have been dominating this pro scene for the longest of time. And it looks like teams like XCEED, KURZO, as well as what you see in front of you here from MYSC, Radical Requiem are looking to do exactly that. It looks like an instant shutdown. 3 players out of the equation already. It's all up to Messor and Dance now. Bomb in hand, no longer with Dance. And it looks like the match has dropped as well as TeamBa gets kicked out of the competition 2-0.
We will play them a farewell song, but we will congratulate our victors, Radical Requiem, coming through in our first match of the night. Down in the lower bracket run, they have been unscathed so far. A 2-0 victory. It started in this the team deathmatch, but hey, we got to that search and destroy, a masterclass, a chef's kiss now. As we take a look at some of the highlights from that previous one, I'm sure this one's going to be filled with a lot of Radical Requiem kills.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, let us not forget, The team that kicked Radical Requiem down into the lower bracket by beating them in the upper bracket semis too was the one that is currently sitting up in the grand finals. Now, they have picked their spot already. They're just waiting for a challenger, and it looks like Radical Requiem just cannot wait for this rematch. They wanted to get done and dusted with this lower bracket final as quickly as possible, and we saw that aggression from the get-go, man. I mean, Team Deathmatch was over before you could open your eyes. Obviously, TeamBa had a good chance of a comeback there, but a couple of slip-ups. But this is exactly why we've got tournaments like Community Gladiators, right? Come out here, test your mettle, and look, if you've made it all the way to the playoffs, so close to being champions, you know that this is something that you really got to work on, right? Put in some time with that chemistry, and sooner or later, you're going to see TeamBa wrecking a couple of teams out there in Garena Masters 6 as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we congratulate them, obviously, well-rounded team, need to step up the rotations there on the hard points, but we won't be able to see that until we get to the moment. The work is not yet done, AJ. It is just getting started, and as a matter of fact, you've got a long journey if you want to be crowned champions here of this Call of Duty Mobile Community Gladiators event.
Absolutely, man. And you know, I was so worried. I was so worried at Community Gladiators. We're not talking about pro teams, but we're talking about you know, teams that have not been playing at this level. You know, perhaps they love Call of Duty Mobile. Perhaps they do play with their friends quite a lot, but they don't play it competitively, right? And just matching up the Philippines as well as MYSG in a tournament like this, seeding them into Garena Masters, you know, we really had a headache thinking, how is MYSG going to do? Because, you know, we've been doing this. We've been dancing this little tango for the past 4+ years. And it has always been a tad bit annoying to me that a lot of the MYSG teams are full of complaints. Oh, you know, we've got lags, we've got these things, we've got this, we've got that. Excuses, because when you put in the heart, when you put in the effort, you can get the job done. And that's exactly what Radical Requiem is proving out there. Dude, I think they are earning a brand new fan in me.
Look, they've earned my respect. I gotta say that as we get geared up for our next analyst segment. What I will say is, in that instance, you can't control the uncontrollables, so you shouldn't focus on those. What are you doing to mitigate those latency issues? What are you doing to mitigate those, oh, well, I lost a gunfight because I was, you know, lagging a little bit? What are you doing to get ahead of the curve is my question. But I'm sure we're going to get ahead of the curve on what the breakdown is going to look like. We got Callie coming up here for the analyst segment. Boy, do I love this one. I haven't had a chance to see it from the beginning to the end, like go back and rewatch it, but I'm going to see if some of these teams have learned a lot from them.
Well, let's see if we can hop on over. This is the analyst segment. Callie, my man, obviously you were watching the breakdown. Talk to me. What do you have for us?
I love what just happened here, right? Radical Requiem managed to get the 2 maps that they wanted all this time. I don't know what happened for the side of TeamBa and why they did not bother banning the Arsenal Team Deathmatch and the Search and Rescue Tunisia, because those were the 2 maps where we saw this team Radical Requiem managed to get a 3-0 series in the matchup that we got yesterday, right? And for them to go out in a way where they were beat down by the side of Radical Requiem, it really is, or it could have been mitigated off this start. On this start of the game, right, on this map number 1 that we got, it is going to be the Team Deathmatch Arsenal. We just picked up this clip right here, right? It was very back and forth until the very end, but the only difference here was the usage of the operator's curve from that mid game, where we saw more value from Radical Requiem, right? This play from Daniel, where we are going to show you guys, was one of those big moment plays for the side of Radical Requiem. As we play this clip right here, we saw so much of this back and forth action, and then we decided to see Daniel just pull up with the most devastating claw right there, right? And see what happens next. Just because of that elimination that we got right over there, Daniel was able to spawn these players from TeamBa all the way to the left side of that minimap. And look at just how much space these players from Radical Requiem has in this Arsenal map. They basically got that mid-map up until the right side of that minimap, and that just makes it so much easier for them to manipulate where the spawns is and easier for them to predict where these players are at. And
Yeah.
one thing for sure, though, that could have prevented the devastation here a little bit more for the side of TeamBa was that they kind of just went all over the place, just decided to contest everywhere, right? But they could have went over at the jet decks, take that vent section, and just get themselves an anchor position where
look
they
at the
will
time on
have
the
a lot
clock
of
too.
opportunity.
They had plenty of time to. They had plenty of time to make the rotation too. I love that read by you, because what happens next, as I remember it vividly, is player number 5 in blue is actually going to put pressure on that backside. Kind of like whenever we have artillery open for P4 rotations, those spawn traps are so lethal. And as soon as you see that player spawning there, you already know that you're going to have players spawning on the mid side of the map, on the backside of P1 as well too. So it's an excellent read for Emmy, and it was perfect timing for them, and they just seemed to capitalize on it. And of course, they just walked right in, TeamBa did, right into the gunfire that was already anticipated.
Yeah, that was really a nice, recall there from you, Verdict. Yeah, that is really how you want to play it, right? Just double back down, get away from the attacks that we were going to see for Radical Requiem at the very end of this team deathmatch, right? It ended up to 51-40. Again, it was the operator skills and the map manipulation that got Radical Requiem able to get this win right over here. Now, going into our search and rescue Tunisia, I must say the strategies were kind of pretty default for this too. It all came down to those RNGs, but one thing more than likely, it was Stunk for Radical Requiem that created the difference on the first few segments of this round at search and rescue, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Donk and his positioning is just way too good. His response time is fantastic as well, and he keeps switching it up, right? And when you've got those skills on the snipes, plus you know your positioning, you're going to be dunking on everyone.
Yeah, and there's only 2 ways for him. Yeah, this guy is very nasty. There's only 2 ways, right? Either he donks on you or he becomes a donkey. But hey, there's just so much respect going on here, right? Because this team right here that we got moving into our next clip right over here, where we see the final clip happen, right? You can see 2 players from TeamBa just trying to get busy and just trying to take down the sniper in Donk at the shadows. And look what opened things up for this squad right over here. Number 2 and Daniel was able to get by over behind enemy lines, and that got themselves that elimination and just all of these kills, right? They were focusing so much on Donk because he was such a big threat that it opened things up for his other teammates to make that play in this clip right here. So when we play it, it was just chaos for TeamBa. They were falling apart every time. They could not get any of their eliminations to go through because there were so many angles that were being taken by Radical Requiem at this final segment that we got for Tunisia Search and Rescue.
You know, on 2 departments.
I will rewind that back, because I gotta point something out here just for like a learning moment. Rewind it back to where we saw the collapse, because if you're the side of TeamBa, the thing that you need to work on, I know you're shaking, I know you're radical, all the way back to the beginning of the clip before we see the encounter. What is Vanilla looking at? How are you in your spawn still? And you're not looking for the back wrap. If you're still in your spawn, your point of view needs to be not looking in the alleyway, not looking inside of the winery. You need to be looking, if you stop it right here, you need to be looking at the direction back to your spawn. If you put an arrow for player number 2, all the way to the top of the map where you came from. Like, no, the other way. Somebody needs to be watching that lane right there. If you're going to fully send inside of winery, you're leaving your backside exposed. And at least one player needs to be, if you're all going to be right here, watching this lane so they can get a side on yellow and they can get a side on spawn.
Yeah, you stole the analysis right out of my head, man. That's exactly what I was about to say. I mean, I love the 5-man stack. This is exactly what I wanted out of TeamBa, but you watch your backs, bro. I know it's search and rescue, but you got to watch your backs, especially if Daniel's going to be rapping all around.
It's just, it could have been really prevented for this moment, right? And it's just kind of unfortunate that TeamBa will have to go out as the 3rd place for our community gladiators. Now let's take a look at our MVP of the match here and see who managed to take away that MVP title. It's going to be Daniel once again for Radical Requiem, scoring 19 kills, 8 deaths, 851 score, and 193 rating. Now this is on the search and rescue. So it's really amazing to have
deathmatch.
someone like Daniel that can really light things up here, Verdict.
That was in the team deathmatch. That was, I remember that one vividly because we had him, and then we also had, I believe it was Donk who went 8 and 4. But anytime you can run around a map and do things like what Danielle did, in that situation, you're going 19 and 8. You're allowing so much space for your teammates to do whatever they need to do to put pressure on the map. So big time players make big time plays in big time games. He went big in that TDM.
Yeah, I guess Daniel's just not happy with me, man. I highlighted the rest of his team members and he was like, whoa, Mustache, you just want numbers? 2.4 KD, how you like that? I like it very, very much.
Well, you know what reminds me of Daniel? Irfan J back in the early days. And that is an MYSG
Amen.
player, by the way. So I'm looking
Amen.
forward to how Radical Requiem put their bag up against XCEED KURZO at the Grand Finals. By the way, it will be a best of 5, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's the Grand Finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX what? Slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that rage, getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
right!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters! Gentlemen, your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX what? Slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that Rain getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
Rain!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters! Ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX what? Slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that Rain getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
Rain!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Community Gladiators 2024, brought to you by Garena. My name's AJ. I'm the mustachio down here with Verdict. We are your hype casters, and of course, you saw the handsome boy, Cali Gaming. He's our analyst for the day, as he has been on the past 3 days of broadcast, and he has been absolutely killing it. And we would love to hear from him a little bit later on, because what he's going to be analyzing, Verdict, is a best of 5 this time. We are finally at our grand finals.
Oh, I'm fired up. If you haven't shared this stream with everybody and their mothers yet, you need to do so. You will be banned from the stream if you don't. It is very, very disrespectful behavior. This one has been one for the ages here for the community. And I gotta say, we gotta come through. We gotta support these guys. These are up and coming challengers. Yeah. And I've loved every single moment of it so far.
Absolutely, man. I can say the absolute same as well, but charity to your fathers as well. You know, we have nothing against them. This is the brackets, and we saw TeamBa put up a fantastic fight, but unfortunately, it seems like they just did not have the kind of glue that stuck them together the way RR went in. I don't know what brand of glue they went and bought, but clearly TeamBa needs to find out from them so that they can have a better shot at the tournament in the future. But either way, they walk away with the third spot, which is still quite a good amount of COD points. Now we jump right back into the grand finals. Radical Requiem has made a impossible climb, a fantastic run in the lower bracket, one of the cleanest lower bracket runs, not dropping a single map, and they want revenge. Let us not forget, look at this, upper bracket semis 2, RR XCEED 2-1. RR is capable of taking that map away from XCEED, and maybe perhaps even the series when we push it from a best of 3 into a best of 5 verdict.
No, you're absolutely right. And I recall that series very fondly. The team deathmatch was 50-49. The search and rescue was a blowout. And then the hardpoint was just absolutely too overwhelming for Radical Requiem. So it was a neck and neck fight. Search and rescue, not so close. Radical Requiem absolutely handled business. And then we saw the hardpoint. The rotations look very mediocre out of the side of Radical Requiem. So it is one thing that we're going to pinpoint. It's going to be that game 3 and everything, as we do see Matt Vito's come up on the screen. So it's perfect timing. We can go ahead and talk about it, see what's up on the agenda for this best of 5 that's to come.
Let's take a look at the map vetoes, exactly what the teams have banned out, and it looks like XCEED KURZO takes the Tempest out of play, as well as the Seaside map, and it looks like it's not going to be an advantage to Radical Requiem. And if Radical Requiem wants to have any bit of advantage in the TDM or Search and Rescue, they will have to drag this up until games number 4 and 5 for Arsenal and Tunisia, as it looks, verdict.
No, you're absolutely right. And the series that we saw with R&R and KURZO, it was a Tunisia that they won on. It was a very dominant performance. So we haven't seen how they play on standoff as of yet. Would be interested to see if they can even make it to that map number 5 or even to that map number 4, because their arsenal is, I mean, an absolute dominant one for the side of R&R. So they've got a long journey ahead of them. They got to pace themselves, but they got to strike early here in this series.
I'm getting super pro vibes out of both of these teams, XCEED KURZO as well as Radical Requiem. And I could not ask for a better grand finals. This is truly a blessing for me. Once again, I wasn't supposed to cast today, and then due to a unforeseen circumstance, I was called in as the backup. And I'm like, is this a blessing? Because this is like the perfect turnout for the community gladiators, right? MYSG versus the Philippines, grand freaking finals with the possibility of a finals reset. And then maybe 2 back-to-back for MYSG, the dream run after getting kicked down to the lower brackets by this very same team.
Hey, it's a revenge tour, man. Who doesn't love an underdog story, right? You've been sent to the gulag, you win it all the way through, you do it flawlessly. No one even came close to testing your abilities. But I've got to say, if you're going to compete against the best of the best here in the tournament, which has been by far XCEED KURZO, you're gonna have to find a way to strike early. Again, those maps not necessarily favoring the side of R&R. So they got a long journey before we can even talk about a second best of 5. We got to make it through this first one, because as of right now, I can see XCEED taking this in a 3-0 fashion.
Of course, we do have to take a look at the lineup of the squads as well. We haven't taken a look at EA exit KURZO just yet. There are a couple of players that I would love to highlight. And here's the thing, right? Because Radical Requiem has had a great run in the lower brackets, they technically went up against teams that are, this is no better way of saying this, man, slightly easier to dominate. So their KD averages look a little bit more fancier as opposed to the team out of the Philippines. We've got Prim, Tails, Robbie, Faker, as well as ADR. And if you were wondering, wait a minute, did Faker just strike as a different pose as ADR? No, they are two different people. They look exactly the same because these boys are twins. So if you're talking about chemistry, this is chemistry right here. These boys are serious. You know, we talked about how in stage 1, we had those 1v1 battles. They split up into 5 different gun categories. They all qualified and they ganged up right back in stage 2. How insane is that, man?
I mean, that's ridiculous. If you would have told me yesterday that they were twins or even at day 1, I would have been able to see the resemblance, but I was looking too much at his flex because my guy is built differently. Faker has been not necessarily the heavy carry, but as this is a very, very cohesive unit, but he is very unique and has been at the top of the leaderboards for at least 90% of the matches that we've seen out of him so far.
Yeah, no doubt, right? And I think both these boys, Faker as well as ADR, yeah, they're twins. Yeah, they look similar. Their gameplay is so similar as well. Their performance on the battlefield is eerily similar, right? A 1.54 KD on the side of Faker, a 1.56 KD on the side of ADR. And, you know, like you said, they're not the super heavy carries because this is a very well-balanced team. Everybody plays their part. And if you want to question the KD average on Tails, you know, he's just slightly above a 1.09 KD, but he plays the objective most of the time, and he's kind of, you know, that back layer, especially in these SNRs, right? He takes a step back, and he's the backup player to go in for those rescues if in any case things do go south, which you can expect things to go that way today.
Oh, especially against Radical Requiem. They are, I mean, I'll say it again. I'll say it at the top of my lungs. I'll say it at the top of a mountain. I will say it till the day that I die. They are the best search and rescue team in this tournament. Now, they're going to be tested here in the standoff. And again, you got to deal with the impact players on the map. You're looking at the brothers in not Tails, but ADR and the side of Faker. Faker has such a huge impact on the map, the way he maneuvers, clearing out the objective. But all the yapping aside, let's get into the action. AJ, we've set the stage. Teams now have to perform. It's the grand finals. It's EA XCEED KURZO taking on Radical Requiem.
And of course, we head on into a map that is so fitting for teams that are playing this like the pros already. It's going to be Arsenal, baby. It's all going to be about those power positions where you choose to lock down. And of course, how do you split up on the map? Do you want to play individually? Do you really want to, you know, overestimate your capabilities and then perhaps be caught out by your opposition? Or perhaps do you want to stack up and take a very slow-paced push against your opponents?
We're about to find out. One player going to be surfing the right side of the top side of the map there in blue. That is going to be XCEED. Right now they're dividing and conquering, spread evenly across the middle of the map. You can see from the top to the bottom is yellow, and that's Radical Requiem. It's a race to 50, and you got to win 3. Faker and ADR, the brothers in arms, absolutely going to be able to rip through the first 2 as Dragon Z is going to be taken down. That's going to be an early advantage for the boys over at EA XCEED KURZO.
Yeah, and it looks like Takeoff is leading towards one side now, unless, of course, Radical Requiem can pull this back. And Doc does exactly that. Fantastic equalizer as he shuts down Faker out in the open, shuts down Prim as well. Still alive. Akmal finds one, and just like that, we are edging on here, neck and neck between the two.
This is what we want. This is the matchup that we needed. This is what we needed to see. This is grand finals. Everything's on the line. 50,000 COD points or 25,000 COD points. Bragging rights, or I got second best. Never want to see that. Faker says he wants to see everything. That shotty is just too hotty, buddy. My guy is cooking already as we see him sitting at the top of the boards there, as well as he's Tails rather going to be taken down. Actually, Faker just got on board with his first kill. Tails is the one that's leading the pack.
Yeah, fantastic big kill here on that P2. Takes away a good power position from the hands of EA. And It is the overextension here by EA that I'm a tad bit worried about. You're looking at that P3 Aero launch play in towards red area, and it's going to be a triple man stack. And at the very same time, look at player number 1, WPM Prim, with the long way rotation, all alone in the solo mission, gets this backstab. Fantastically executed, and Dragons is just right out in the open. Takes a while to shut him down, but that distraction opens up the slaves for EA on the opposite side.
Oh!
What?
No! God!
What?
Dog says distraction or not, I'll bonk you left and right. I didn't love
Holy
the play
mama.
out of Prim. I liked the first kill, but I wanted to see him play his life a little bit more. You're inside stadium, you play your life, you're just a pest. And only he does sell his life on out. XCEED there for the trade as Tails and Faker are going to get dropped. ADR and Robbie, they got their homies back. That's going to be a 2-point advantage. Gonna continue to lead the way as we start to see a little bit of a comeback, but just as quickly as I say that, it is the XCEED who continue on with the pressure.
All right, now we are just spawning all around the map. This is where Radical Requiem needs to slow the pace down a tad bit. You did see XCEED KURZO just flood in towards their spawn earlier on, forcing the team to spawn right behind them. But KURZO says, you know what, we like this side of the map. Let's slow things down. And it looks like that particular slower pace allows RR to pull in 2 eliminations. And Donk is still pretty much on fire, man. 9 eliminations thus far. The guy's getting tagged now left, right, center, still not getting taken down. And Radical Requiem with the advantage now in this game.
Okay. Oh, flip script. Things are starting to look a little better for the boys over at R&R. Faker not hitting the shots that we expect him to do so, and this is the movement that you need to have to go along with it. Akmal going to be able to find one in the open right there. Prim there is for the trade. XCEED yet again going to get dropped there as ADR is going to drop by Donk, who is hitting every shot. And right now it's an 8-point advantage, make it 7 now, as Radical Requiem have stolen a lot of these kills and now have the operators to go along with it.
This is pretty much a one-sided deal right now. Looking at the number of operators stacked on the side of RR, the only one to make a difference here is going to be Tails for the side of EA XCEED. He gets a double for himself. Dong shuts down Robbie with a fantastic ready. But Tails, nothing much he could do. 3 more operators on the side of RR, but at the very same time, it looks like enough time has been bought here by EA XCEED. 3 operators on their side as well. They just need to slow the pace down as Radical Requiem is slowly but surely running away with the CDM.
Ooh. Or put the pedal to the metal, baby. We want to see it all. We want all the action. Hemi. Now we're going to try to get some shots, but he's going to be backstab. Faker going to be able to take the advantage back. And Dog, he's got 14, man. He's putting on a masterclass. It's a yellow feed lighting up. We need 4 more kills. Here comes the kill shot. It's Dog from the top rope, up close and personal. He's gonna get the 3, and that is it. The triple kill, a 50-34 victory. And Radical Requiem, I said it, they needed to get on board early, and boy, did they do so ever so dominantly.
Perhaps the greatest comeback series, perhaps the greatest revenge executed in the history of community gladiators, because Radical Requiem is not messing around. Fantastic start. They were on the aggressive. They played it a tad bit slow towards the mid part when they were dropping a little bit too many lives. And the adjustment, even though they were spawning all across the map, the capability to stand toe-to-toe with EA XCEED KURZO with the gunfights allowed them to take a little bit of a lead. But it was those operators that were played so well on the side of RR that clearly tipped the scales towards their side.
No, absolutely. And it was the Dong show from beginning to end. Look, he may have missed a few shots off the rip, but I mean, the turn and burn and the slide peek over the extension. I love the play right there where we dealt the damage on the backside that Prim had inside a stadium, but you got to play your life a lot better. And obviously, Dong made them pay for poor decision making. Inside of that stadium side is a huge power position, and RR held it perfectly, as we saw towards the end. And again, Donk just, I mean, putting on a clinic. Look at this from the top row too. Oh my God.
I mean, towards the end, Annihilator gameplay. I mean, Donk is just, dude, another level, man. He plays it way too well.
Oh my God.
17-4. Mama, bring up my calculator because I suck at maths. 17 divided by 4 is a 4.25 KD average. Donk was dunking on everyone.
My goodness. bonk, right back to the spawn you go. Donk 111. He needs to add more ones to that name because, buddy, he got one and he got another, he got another, he got another, and another, and another.
Oh, yeah.
That nasty through piece at the end was just icing on the cake. It was a disgusting performance. All in all, his team had a very solid performance as well. When you have a player like this, we highlighted it earlier, it was Danielle. This time it was Donk. When you have a player like this causing chaos on the map, it opens it up for more of your teammates to just maneuver, pit against, call out, and do all sorts of, obviously, it was a recipe for success. Teammates, not one went negative with the exception of Emmy.
Oh yeah, that's so true, man. To the untrained eye, this looks like inconsistency from the MVPs out of Radical Requiem. But to the pros, to the trained eyes, this looks like the perfect situation where you don't need just one heavy carry on your squad. Anybody can take that MVP, anybody can step it up, can turn it up a notch, and absolutely help the squad dominate their opponents, right? Radical Requiem's playing this at a pace where I think the whole of MYSG is going to get a tad bit more excited with the pro scene of Call of Duty Mobile. But of course, at the very same time, this could just be a bait. I could just be, just pulling you in, making you think that this is an easy match, a good walkover, and then bam, SNR, hit you where it hurts, because that's supposed to be the game mode for RR.
What we will say, though, is, too, this is, a team in R&R that just came off a series that they were very hot on. They're warmed up. They're pressed. They're ready to go. Literally didn't need any kind of motivation to get into this matchup. And on the flip side of things, I don't know what kind of scrims, per se, we had from XCEED KURZO, but obviously this one right here is just getting the gunnies warm. So I don't believe this series is over. I do believe there's going to be a little bit of an upset here in this search and rescue. Yep. And we might see a 2-0 in favor of Radical Requiem, as we just saw a very, very, very hot game of team deathmatch. I might be ready for that best of 5 reset too.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we also have to take a look and see if or not the case of fatigue is going to start kicking in for Radical Requiem, because even if they do dominate the series, they would have played 2 series back-to-back, and it still does not equal them champions just yet, because the curse of dropping into the lower brackets means that you have to play 1 extra series if you win in the grand finals after qualifying from the lower brackets. Basically, your upper bracket team has an extra life, and if they still do beat all odds and beat down the team that kicked them into the lower brackets 2 times in a row, 2 best of 5s back-to-back, I just don't know any better way to hyper squad up Radical Requiem. The Kings,
I don't either. No, I think this is the way the tournament should be. I think if we do best of 5 resets, especially in a double elimination bracket, this is the only way that you really find out who is the best team. Of course, you can do the best of 7 with a 1 map advantage, but 1 map isn't going to change the pace of an entire segment. If you're looking at 2 best of 5s, you got 2 different emotions, you got 2 different opportunities. It's completely separate. I believe that this format is the best, especially when you're trying to figure out who is the best of the best. Now, as we take a look at the bat vetoes coming through, we're getting geared up for a little bit of standoff action. It's search and rescue, baby. I said Radical Requiem were the man here in this tournament when it comes to playing search and rescue. I don't think I've seen them on this map yet, but I would imagine it translates very well.
I do believe it is going to be a tough fight for Radical Requiem, because EA XCEED KURZO have been following the journey thus far, and these boys definitely do have the firepower. Surprising that they did not unleash all of that firepower onto Radical Requiem. It could have just been, their first game jitters, right? Because technically it's their first series of the day. They were pretty comfortable up here in the upper bracket, in the grand finals, waiting for their challenges. And like you said, Radical Requiem, they've got their fingers all warmed up already. So perhaps just a little bit of a breakdown in communication, because at one point we did see the 3 operators on the side of EA XCEED KURZO. Things could have still turned around at that point of time, but the activation of those operators just came in a little bit too slow for me. But that's not really a huge problem that cannot be fixed in this search and rescue, right? So it's still a 50-50 for me. I do love the hype behind Radical Requiem, but I don't think KURZO is going to let them, take a walk in the park on this one.
I want to agree with you, but then I also want to say that if the side of XCEED KURZO wants to win this one and not see that best of 5 reset, they're going to have to win the next 3 games, because there's no way that we're going to see a Tunisia map dropped. I know there are flukes in Call of Duty Mobile. I know I've seen maps that are just absolutely disgusting. I know we remember back from, I think it was Stage 4 NA, and we saw Shry beat Luminosity Gaming like 250 to 29. That was a fluke. That was a blowout. What wasn't a blowout was how well a team plays a map. And I go back to championships in 2023. What team comes to your mind on a dominant performance in Search and Destroy? It was that godlike roster in that map number 5 against LG. That is not a fluke. That is great gameplay. That is sound strategy. And that's exactly what I see out of this roster that's up and coming out of Radical Requiem.
Albeit, even if they were pretty dominant in that Search and Destroy, it still wasn't enough to take them all the way to pull the championship back home to India, right? It still has to be a balanced gameplay across all of the modes, which, unfortunately for Radical Requiem, could just be provided by XCEED KURZO, right? They have showed, I mean, they have, in the first place, showed us that they have got the capability to get into the grand finals, and we've already seen this matchup, of course, albeit in a best of 3. They've beaten down this squad, kicked them into the lower brackets. Yes, it's a fantastic Cinderella run to see Radical Requiem make that great run in the lower brackets, come back into the grand finals for a good revenge matchup, but there's a reason why they're going for revenge, because XCEED KURZO has already shown that they can overcome the tenacity of this particular squad. It's all going to go down to the wire of those decisions that are made in the search and rescue. I mean, once again, man, you've got the general search and destroy with an extra layer of decision making. Do you go for the rescue, or do you just stick to your regular search and destroy?
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. You got to play that fundamentally sound game. And obviously, if you don't win this one, if you XCEED, you know, I'm not a fortune teller or future seer or any kind of psychic by any means, but all roads lead to a bracket reset if it does not go your way here. So you have to be flawless. You have to incorporate those search and destroy, you know, mechanics and strategies, but you also got to keep in mind that the rescue factor is going to be massive too. So those wall bangs that you get off the, you know, beginning of the rounds, the ones that, you know, sometimes just happen magically, you know, because the sniper's just right there in the perfect point at the perfect time. They're not going to be having that much of a factor into this one because you got that rescue element. But you still will have the opportunity to, you know, incorporate what kind of pushes you want to make. Are you going to make it fast and rush right towards the site? Or are you going to be very, very evasive when it comes to your defense? We're going to have to find out now, as we're going to have a little bit of a setback as we're getting loaded into the lobby. But before we do, we're going to make sure everybody's connectivity issues are settled up, because, like I said, we want a fair, equal fight, clean one at that. And we got to be able to keep all shots on a level playing field.
Absolutely. Now, we do apologize. We wanted to kick off the series. Clearly, you heard Verdict and I super excited about it, but we have to take a quick technical break. When we come back, it's the grand finals in Community Gladiators.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX, but slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that range, getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
right!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters! Ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX what? Slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that range, getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
right!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters! win! You're champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX what? Slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that, Rage getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
Rage!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters!
The search for the Master Gladiators is still on. This is the Grand Finals. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Community Gladiators, brought to you by Garena. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Verdict, and we are very, very pleased to bring you guys the Grand Finals.
Oh, you're absolutely right. We have had a radical show so far, and I'm not just talking about Requiem. We are talking about how phenomenal everything has been. We've gotten to see the best of the next up-and-coming teams here in Garena, and so far it's led us up to this moment. We've got two teams left on deck, and surely we've already seen striked once there as Radical Requiem. They've got a lot of work cut out in front of them. Can they get the job done here in this first best of 5? We're about to find out.
You know, it's been a while since I have casted Call of Duty Mobile, man. And, you know, this last minute, stick in of the Mustachio to solve this problem of the technical issue earlier. You did mention something that this is going to be like a walk in the park as opposed to the 6-hour broadcast that you guys have had the past 2 days. I'm hoping for a reset. I'm hoping for a reset. I want them to drag this on. I want to see some good, solid Call of Duty Mobile action, baby.
Hey, I want to see him duke it out. I want to see him take it on the chin and then turn around and deliver one right back. As we're getting geared up for it now, we're going to set the stage yet again. It's the Grand Finals. Map 1 went in favor of Radical Requiem. They have the upper hand, but inside of that, the upper bracket advantage still remains in the courts of XCEED KURZO. So we're heading over to search and rescue for game number 2. This one won't be a walk in the park for anybody. Let me tell you, AJ. I know you were just a temporary fix for it, but maybe this is a long-term solution. My guy, it feels like you never left.
You know, I'm hoping that my tongue doesn't get twisted all that too much in this particular series. I mean, I think I can hold up for the second series. If we hit a reset, man, I gotta lean on you for a little bit of heavy backup. You know, worst case scenario, we gotta drag Cali in as well.
I think you're gonna do just fine. I think we're gonna be hanging in there just fine. I think everything is gonna be great. You can lean on me as much as you can, as you've got maybe big and strong for a reason, buddy.
Getting romantic
Jump
with
right
me.
onto my back into the pack. What's that?
You're getting romantic with me.
I am. You know, I always try to paint a vivid picture of what I have expectations-wise. And let me tell you, it comes naturally with the Mustachio, of course. Firm pressed here is game number 1, just like your mustache, my friend. This one is going to be a clean one, and Donk already opening up with the first blood.
Yep, Donk robs one, and unfortunately, Robbie is the one that has been stolen away, and Akmal shuts down yet another from the side of EA XCEED KURZO. And it looks like Radical Requiem is not messing around. Donk with another bonk. Faker, the final player, can't run anywhere. Donk going for the final finish there and punches him into round 2.
Hey, chef's kiss right there. I said they put on a masterclass the first time they faced off. Right now, it's looking better, even better. Not a single casualty in the first round. Even with the delay, this Radical Requiem roster is coming out the gates hot and heavy here on the defense. Let's see if they can continue the same kind of composure. Oh!
Equal explosion. Brim not going to be too satisfied with that. And of course, a double tag on the other side as well. ADR quickly recovers, but Akmal pushes on forward towards the tank. Finds an easy one. Dragon takes the tail away as well as Robbie shuts down Dong. At the very least, Dong is out of the equation, but that rescue can still come on through because Dong was inside of Granny's earlier, and that's a pretty covered up spot. If EA is smart enough, they will try to stack rescues to make sure Dong doesn't get back into this matchup.
I mean, the execution here has just been flawless. Communication's already on point, even through the smoke. Akmal gonna get some help from Imni as it's much needed. ADR is gonna be able to snag one, but into the butcher shop he goes. Will he be lunch meat? Yep, absolutely. Shut down right behind the counter. It's a robbery. It's a stick up. I need all the meats.
Dude, I mean, you hit the freaking nail right on the head. Radical Requiem is not allowing anybody to breathe in these search and rescues. I mean, even Dong got brought right back up. The numbers were devastatingly high on the side of Radical Requiem. This looks like a super walk in the park. In fact, it's a jog right now. Oh, double.
Oh, hi. This is a light walk, buddy. I'm not saying a jog. This one is definitely. This one's looking like a league of their own right now. Daniel at the front. This one, the coordination's perfect, but it's pivotal shots coming through for ADR. Able to keep the dream alive. It's a 1v2 now for the clutch.
Oh my!
Not gonna happen. Emmy gonna be able to win that one, and well, it was a much better round, but the end result still the same. 3-0 in favor of Radical Requiem.
Yeah, and Radical Requiem was clearly very comfortable in the search and rescue. It was a 1v1. ADR thought he was going to be able to get the clutch, but that timely rescue came through. It made it into a 2v1. The numbers advantage, the finisher was there as well, and we are 3-0 up.
Here comes the hit, a little bit slower pace. They take down Dragon Z. Faker, there we go. Maximize on what is big, but Akmal's still in the back, can't land the shots. Nice. And surely enough, they bum rush the bomb site, and all over A they go. Donk going to be able to pick one apart now. Is that going to be enough for the entry here? Is the 3v5 retake leads us to a 3v4. Tails, buddy, what do we do? There's no way.
I mean, too many players on the side of Radical Requiem, dead right at the foot of this bomb here, but it looks like that's not going to be too much of a problem at all. It was a fantastic pincer maneuver from the Special Forces Avenue as well as the statues, and they flush it in with just 3 players, shutting down one after the other for a 4th round in a row. This is just way too one-sided at this point, Verdict.
Oh, and that last round frustrated the hell out of me, AJ. There's no way we give up boxes. This is textbook play. You've got the advantage. 3 players left standing on the opposite side, and you're peeking out? There's no way. Big gunfight there won by ADRs. He's not going to be hell pressed. He is going to be getting hot and heating up there for the competition. But is it too late now as you've gone down 4 rounds in a row, and even with a 3v5 you weren't able to clutch it up, and you're trying to bark up an alley that may not even be there. That B site looks open, but then Dragon Z's on the opposite side just making you pay for it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course Brim is here for the shutdown, and it looks like the attackers are right back in it. Fantastic round taken away. It's the first one for EA XCEED KURZO. Perhaps it's the start to many more.
We'll hope so. We want a competitive one. We want it to be close. We don't want it to be a landslide victory. We want to see this one go down to the wire each and every round. Right now, a pivotal view here from Faker. He's got 2 aggressors in the front. He's going to have his back from Tails, but Tails not going to be able to save, but is able to avenge. And nonetheless, he knows there's something still lurking on to that A side. And in the meantime, ADR yet again in another pivotal position, just waiting for anybody to make their exit or entry upon this butcher site. And Robbie there is going to be able to pick off another. So that is going to be the player advantage in favor of XCEED. Can they maintain it?
I mean, 2 down, but it is search and rescue. The recovery! It's as easy as ABC, but Danielle all alone, and it looks like Radical Requiem will not be able to pick up 5 rounds before we give that bomb away. But a little bit of a slowdown on that pace. Danielle gets spotted out. And a revival is just not going to be on his list to do.
It's him against the world right now, and the world always going to be able to take that one. That was much better, but it took you 6 rounds to get to this point with perfection. You didn't have a single casualty. Even if you did, I didn't even see it. I don't know if there was a res in the chance for the attacking side. But now you got to flip the scripts where you just had started to set the pace and the tone of this matchup. Now you're going to have to go on the defense, and this is going to be a little bit of a curveball to see how they can handle it.
Of course, I believe EA XCEED KURZO is a tad bit more comfortable here on standoff. As far as the defense is concerned, they've got all of the prime positions locked down already, throwing 2 players into that A bomb site on private backyard. And not underestimating Radical Requiem, stacking 1 defender onto that B bomb site as well. You never know exactly who's going to come creeping out of the hotel yard. Now, if ADR can hold this angle down, there is a possibility of shutting down Emmy early and giving EA the advantage.
Slow and steady wins the race here in the search or destroy. We got a minute and 20 on the clock. You got to start making moves. Some shots going to be missed there from Donk, but the follow-up is crucial. Robbie, even with a tactical, going to be able to pick one on the cross, and that's enough intel for him to go ahead and make the rotation. Donk in retaliation. It's a back and forth affair as they're trading. AJ, 2 for 2, make it 3 for Prim. Going to be able to shut the doors on another in a masterclass, in a very, very great bounce back here in the latter portion of this search and rescue here for the boys and gals over at XCEED.
Yeah, competition makes you, a little sharp out there on the battlefield, but great competition sharpens your skills and makes you a master out there. It's going to be the Master Gladiators. We are here to see Radical Requiem have lost 3 rounds in a row, but Atlas starting takes off a tad bit hard as Dragons follows up, but a sticky takes Dragons out of the equation. They do have the numbers here stacked to this A bomb site for a rescue, and at the same time focus on the objective of planting the bomb as well. Radical Requiem have the advantage in this round.
Oh my God, Robbie is I don't even know where those shots come from, but all I saw is he takes out one and immediately eliminates the best player on the right side of the screen, on the left side of the screen. ADR, he's him. He might be him as well. Just such a great collection of bodies. Robbie pieces 1, making the transition to boxes, and then he expects the sniper and a donk up top of blue or P4, and surely enough, just absolutely cans them. The feed right there just lit up yellow, and it had his name written all over it.
Yeah, I know we are deep into game number 2, but I think this series, this grand finals, just started, Verdict.
I agree. Getting started, it's getting hot right here. It's heavy. Akmal, though, he's going to be able to try to redeem the squad. They have been 4 rounds in a row of just pure torture. Emmy doing a little bit of a turn and burn. ADR, my goodness, didn't know what hit him, and all of a sudden, him that we saw from the side of XCEED now going to be disappearing as it's down to 1 Prim. He's last open a 1v5.
Radical Requiem's like, just chill out, Mustachio. We've got the revival here as well. It's a 1v5 that EA XCEED KURZO's not going to be making it out of, and Dong 111 makes exact sure of that. 5-4, and once again, Radical Requiem finds their winning ways. But can they keep this up? Because on the defense, EA is playing this so differently.
They are playing it differently, but right there, a little bit of a tangent. You mitigate the damage from the sniper. Robbie's out of the equation. You got yourself a different ball game, as well as ADR, who loses a massive gunfight in the middle of the map. Now everything's going to be going a little bit better here as the trades are conglomerate over on this backside push. The focus from the defense now going to be looking towards that blue side. You got player number 4 in yellow looking for some shots. Daniel going to be able to snag one, and right now, what's the decision? Are we going to continue the bum rush, or we're going to fall back? And it looks like the latter. They're going to be heading back over to the A side, and then we got 1 snake in the grass to deal with, but he hasn't really been that much of a threat this game. Let's see if he can go big.
This is going to be key for Robbie to make that play all the way to the second floor of Hotel, and pull off a revival here on house as well. As you can see, Tails focusing on bringing the team members back as the bomb gets planted. It is all now up to Tails in a 1v4. Can he stack the numbers up right back against Radical Requiem? Seems to be starting off things here by bringing back Prim into the equation.
Ooh, Emmy goes out on a solo mission and pays the price. And what was looking like a 2v4, maybe a 2v5 even, is now going to be a 2v3. Rez is going to come up, makes it a little bit better odds here for the boys and gals over at C. But they got to roll. It's 20 seconds on the clock. You've got to defuse that bomb before it goes boom.
Prim? Wait, did he not get that? Donk says,
I don't
thank
think
you
he
for
did.
coming.
I think he
so
heard
much
me.
of flavors. Come again, sir?
I thought he was going to go for the res there, but it looks like he looked at the clock and was like, yo, I got to move. I just can't make a move.
I mean, I love the strategy, but perhaps the timing of those rescues should have come in a little bit earlier. But of course, this game mode is pretty new to the competitive scene. We are trying it out in Community Gladiators. And I guess if you make these mistakes here in the early part, it's just for all of the other teams to learn. But EA, XCEED, KURZO starts things off fantastic. Back-to-back, 4 players down already. Dong holding on for his dear life. 13, make that 14 eliminations. And now a 1v2. Dong makes it a 1v1. Can he find Prim as well, or will he go for a rescue?
Prim is going to get the rescue off, and now the odds again stacked against Donk, but Donk is hot. So is Robbie, though. That would have been a miracle if he pulled it off. That res came in clutch.
Yeah.
And what would have been a 1v1 right there up into the end, the second res comes through, and surely enough, it is going to be XCEED. Able to stay alive by the hairs of their chin. Can they do it again, though? That is the question. We're about to find out.
Round-winning rescue onto Robbie. And that is the essence of search and rescue. 2 different objectives to play. It either is the number stack or the bomb that gets planted and defused. This time, a very slow push coming through from Radical Requiem. They acknowledge EA, XCEED, KURZO. They don't want to just rush into their home and lose lives. They stack up slowly. They push on in towards the hotel fest, taking that second floor as well as the ground floor both at the same time.
You got to respect the respect out of the defense, too. Nobody making any false moves. The only player that's in a compromisable position is going to be player number 2. But he's been hot. Donk is also hot with the jump shots. A little target practice right there as he takes down the trophy. Let's see if we can get a little bit of throwable action or lethals. There's 2 there. If anybody peeks, Donk will rip your head straight off of your neck. No, he gets the hit marker. That's a feel bad moment, and Danielle actually going to be taken out as well as that back alley is pushed. Player number 1 in Prim has made the backside rotation and is now in a position to collapse on all the players who are in the middle of the map.
It's a 4v5. Rescue doesn't need to be stuck here as Tails gets shut down. The numbers all equal. Tags from the back. ADR now. Trying to make sure nobody else touches his brothers, but the question is, will the pincer work out? It looks like it will for EA, XCEED, KURZO. In a 3v1, it's all up to Donk again. Can he get another clutch?
That bomb's down. It ain't looking good. 15 seconds is a 1v3. They're on a manhunt. If I'm the defense, I'm just falling back. I don't even care about this skill at this point. Donk has no way of winning this round without you just giving it to him. He's going to be able to take 1. The spray transfer is not going to be good enough. And, of course, a res came through in the back end. So what was a 1v3 went to a 1v4 down to a 3. And we've got ourselves our first round 13. This is going to be the deciding factor. This is not overtime. This is for the game.
Yeah, great respect from EA, XCEED, KURZO. Going for those rescues. Understanding that Donk is going to be a super threat out there. The clutch master, 18 eliminations already. And obviously the numbers advantage and the positions held by those players and those numbers did Donk in on that round. But we are all equal for the first time, I believe, in Community Gladiators. We are going to push this all the way through in a search and rescue.
Oh, we waking up a monster. It's finally taken him 10 to 12 rounds to get heated up on Faker's in. Just an absolute devastation to the defense. Dragons, Donk, last hope's alive. Bombs down, 40 seconds left to go. It's down to Donk. This man's done it all here in this tournament so far. He's going to have to do even more. This will tie up the game. ADR spotted, dusted, hidden through the back he goes. 30 seconds left, and it's Tails puts the final shots in him. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a grand finals. And finally, it took them 13 rounds to get it done, but the job is over here in the search and rescue, and they've done the impossible, AJ.
13 rounds just gets my blood pumping a tad bit faster. Not fast enough for the doctor to get worried, but fast enough to make me excited for game number 3. Radical Requiem versus EA XCEED KURZO. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that this sort of a performance would even be possible? But I have to say, man, Donk was a friggin' monster out there with the Thundra.
Oh, he was, but he needed a lot of help. There were several times where he was just left all alone. Several rounds where it ended him in a 1v3, 1v4. And, you know, there's only so much one man can do. He dropped damn near a 20 bomb. But even with those kind of numbers, if you're not getting support on the backlines from your teammates, you can't get the win. Obviously, it took a team effort, and Faker was very similar in that regard towards the end. He wasn't contributing, but as you saw the game progressed, he got better. Just like Wine, as he aged throughout this game, he performed up to par, and he had a major impact on the last few rounds and absolutely swayed the advantage in their favor.
I totally agree with your assessment, man. I mean, it's also, of course, shocking that the 4-0 one-sided lead that Radical Requiem had over EA XCEED KURZO did not break their spirits, but instead did the exact opposite, right? Motivated them to just turn it up a tad bit, turn it up a notch, 6-4, held them at that match point and said, you don't go anywhere, buddy. The victory on the search and rescue is ours. And, you know, the favorites for the search and rescue, Radical Requiem, actually dropped the ball to EA XCEED KURZO.
Hey, you know what? It was bound to happen. They were flawless all throughout the tournament. They hadn't lost a search and rescue as of yet, and that was the moment. It was come down to a round 13. I don't know how much more dramatic you could be, but you got to look at the breakdown towards the end. You started getting full contributions from the side of XCEED KURZO. You start seeing Faker becoming that man on the map that's on a mission, and he was piecing 1, 2, 3 bodies at a time. When you're in a position like that with a shotgun like that and his kind of awareness on the map, it's a lethal combination, and Radical Requiem just wasn't up to the challenge. They got exposed.
I mean, this level of quality just in Community Gladiators, I cannot wait to see what happens when we retrofit them and throw them into a couple of matchups against some of these pro teams that have been out there, you know, kind of running the show thus far across the past few years, right? This is the time for the new blood to rise up to the occasion. And obviously, if we really look into the team of EA XCEED KURZO, these boys are serious. 4 out of 5 of these players already have their jerseys and all on. They're taking it as seriously as possible. But of course, in the team deathmatch, that seriousness wasn't really fully shown, right? A couple of mistakes, especially with the timings of the operators. And this is going to be a problem if it is repeated in this following Hardpoint matchup.
I can't remember which map we were going to be heading over to because I was so drawn to maps 4 and 5, and then also the first 2. I'd love to see if we can get a look at it here. But if I recall from, you know, my Hacienda, okay, well, this is going to be interesting because it's a much different element than what we saw in the first series, where I believe XCEED and Radical Requiem played at on Summit, where it was very fast-paced, and the rotations were just absolutely on point. It was a blowout. I believe it was 250 to 100 or so. Radical Requiem just did not look coherent in the Hardpoint. Let's see if they can learn from their game's mistakes of past and figure it out on a much larger scale of Hacienda.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's okay, right? Sometimes you go out there, you win a couple of games, you lose a couple of games. Just because you drop, you know, consistently a certain game mode doesn't necessarily mean, you know, you're horrible at it, because these adjustments can definitely come through. I do believe, you know, these guys have been in love with Call of Duty Mobile for the longest of time, and Hardpoint has been a standard mode, unless of course they are search and destroy junkies who turn off all other modes and only play ranked on SND. I know people like that.
Freaks.
I mean, if
Oh,
they
God.
are people like
Yeah.
that, then they deserve to lose this hard point. But if they're not,
Yeah, they did.
if they're not,
No, because they won the team deathmatch, so we know that they play TDM as well. And in the first series that
There
they
you
played,
go.
it was a close one against XCEED. So we know
Yeah.
for a fact they have S&D turned on. You weirdos, you weird weirdos. If you're hopping on COD Mobile to play ranked on Search and Destroy, shame on you. Go get a life. Go touch grass. Go find a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Do something, okay? Shower, because we know you haven't in a while. But we'll take a look at the match picks now. As the psychos in the lobby have been upset. The search and rescue was flawless up to this point. The team deathmatch, though, prevailed. So Radical Requiem taking the 1-0 lead. Very quickly interrupted by that search and rescue performance. And, I mean, they were down 4-0, too. You said it. It didn't discourage them, and it inspired them. And surely enough, they got the job done.
a hard point on any map obviously is a very tactical, heavy game mode. You have to play your positions, you have to play your early rotations, you have to time them right. Your early rotations a tad bit too early will turn out to be an issue. Late rotations obviously will punish you if you allow your opponents to kind of stack that hill and lock down these angles, especially on that P3 near warehouse. So it really is going to depend on who's got the better communication and who's just got the better strategy to dominate a map that even some of the pros struggled on when it was first introduced into the competitive rotation.
Yeah, it's all about the adaptation there. You know, in situations like this, champions are made, they're formed. You know, you discover your identity in a best of 5 in a double elimination style bracket. What are you made of? Radical Requiem? Are you going to fold because you didn't get your way there in the search and rescue? Or are you going to step up and rise up to the occasion and give us a heavyweight matchup, a bout that we deserve here in Green? Because so far it's been delivering A1. And we got a little bit of a curveball ourselves with that upset from XCEED coming through and taking the search and rescue. I still feel like it's anybody's game. I still feel like the momentum, though, has to be riding high if you are KURZO.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if you are KURZO, you have to take this and continuously pile on the pressure on Radical Requiem, right? Because you have just now taken a impossible victory. Because I do not for a single moment doubt your hype behind Radical Requiem as far as search and rescue is concerned. But that's exactly what EA XCEED took to heart and made sure they walked away with a victory, even though Radical Requiem had made it so difficult at the very start with a 4-0 lead. So this shows the heart that EA XCEED is throwing into these matches. But if they can crush Radical Requiem 2 times back-to-back, then perhaps that might just do the trick and lead them towards victory, lead them towards being the Master Gladiators here in Community Gladiators 2024.
One hell of a game, one hell of a process, one hell of a series as we get geared up. It's Hacienda, ladies and gentlemen. The pros struggle on it at times. Who will be on the struggle bus? And if you do struggle, how are you going to overcome those adversities? Champions are made in situations like that. Are you going to fold under the pressure, or will you be molded into a diamond in the rough? We're going to find out here as time will tell, as Hacienda will be the difference maker in this series. Again, if Radical Requiem take this game and the series, we will be having a best-of-5 format reset. XCEED, balls in your court now that you were able to strike back there with that search and rescue. And hey, the first L of the tournament to Radical Requiem. They hadn't dropped a single search and rescue map up until this point.
Huge map. Your rotations are really going to count. Once again, late rotations are going to be punished severely. The lack of coordination, the lack of hold on power positions on each and every single hard point will be punished severely. If you do not have the strategy, if you just walk in here with pure gun skills, you are going to be crushed. So this is going to be the test to see who's got the better game sense, the better game IQ when it comes to strategizing their way towards the championship. We've, of course, got EA XCEED KURZO representing the Philippines and Radical Requiem representing Malaysia and Singapore.
Heavyweight fight. All right, baby, we're about to get it on here. The fight is about to start. We're going to have a clean one. All shots must be kept above the waist, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you keep your mouthpiece in because your jaw might get knocked off. Surely enough, as soon as we get loaded into this one, we should be in for what could be a epic hard point here in Hacienda. Very, very lovely. I don't know who owns this estate, but boy, did they have exquisite taste in cars, exquisite taste in statues, and lovely rotunda-style staircases. Look at the art there. That must have fortune.
Of course, you know, when you look at Hacienda as well, this is going to be one of the main issues, right? Playing this hardpoint here on mana, obviously we're going to be opening things up here. There's so many angles that you can play from the top floor as well as the ground floor. It's all going to be dependent on how many of those objective players that you throw in here towards the game. Hardpoint, you know, if you played on P2 as well, is going to be a problem. Who holds that garage? Who holds the statue area along the driveway as well? It's going to be super tactical. It's going to be a super brainiac play. If you have not prepared your rotations, you are going to be punished. And because a lot of the teams that have made it into Community Gladiators have not been on the pro circuit for the longest of time, we don't know exactly where their focus has been on this far, Bernie.
Yeah, and Hacienda is a map that a lot of teams shy away from, even in the competitive pro scenes. They just don't want to play it. It's not, you know, for them, because the rotations and the lockdowns are very difficult to understand and manipulate. You know, you look at it, the map itself, it's compiled of maybe one money hill, whereas you've got a map like Summit, or that's a little bit more fast-paced. You got a map like Arsenal, which is super heavy on some of those money hills. This map is maneuvered, you know, quite often, but we also saw a lot of it in the 2023 championship too. So hopefully, if we've seen these teams study the VODs from there, you'll learn a few things, because map may be a little unpredictable and a little hard to hold, but it is certainly manageable.
I mean, some teams obviously focus on just that one money hill, right? But we've also seen instances where teams have shown us the possibility of dragging out two money hills on Hacienda. We're mainly focusing on that P2 as well as P3. When we go into Garage, we have seen some teams, you know, pull off a perfect 60 there, drop in for a quick rotation in towards the warehouse, and dominate it there as well. The biggest problem here is if you lose your gunfights in circumstances like this, especially to the team who's there on that early rotation, and if you are forced to spawn on the opposite side of the map, the travel time is really going to hurt you. And in Hardpoint, if you're not there to stop the bleeding, you are going to lose the game.
Well, you talked about how you're going to maneuver this P1. Manner is certainly going to be a very, very elegant task. Tacticals are going to be throwing smokes all the way through it. Up top, we're going to have a lot of control in yellow, but on the objective, it's going to be blue. Finally, a contest is going to come through. And again, it's going to be a scrappy battle indeed as we get the POVs of everyone all around, all at once, all the time. You got to love it.
Yeah.
As Robbie, or Prim rather, actually going to be picking up the sniper. And I'm not necessarily sure I'm a huge fan of sniping in Hardpoint, but hey, if it works, it works.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we have, you know, kind of like forced the players here to go out there and show exactly how they've dominated some of these gun classes. And, you know, if you really want to walk in here and bonk everyone on the head with a sniper, be my guest. And it looks like he's not doing too shabby thus far. 2 eliminations already, as long as he can, of course, hold on to these power positions. On P1, the efficacy of that sniper may not be shown. Perhaps on P3 as well as P2, we might just see it, all depending on the position that Dong chooses to hold in a bit.
You know, Prim's in a very, very bad position. Speaking of now, as he's going to be eliminated, the opening here for this P2 setup is going to be occupied in yellow. It's going to be Radical Requiem. They're going to be late to the party, but they do get the kills necessary. Now they just got to predict the spawns on the outside of the objective. You've got one in water who's just been dealt with, and all of a sudden everything's starting to come at a hot draw, or donk rather, and Akmal going to combine for 4 in the feed. And a masterclass of a hold so far here for the boys in yellow. Radical Requiem putting up a hell of a lead so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, if EA XCEED KURZO wants to make a difference out of this, either the flush straight on in, which is exactly what they did, or wrap around from the mana side, take that observation deck, and hit that backstab, right? 19 more seconds to go. Radical Requiem has got one more opportunity for a challenge. If they fail, they have to stick an early rotation for this P3. And it looks like with 10 seconds more to go, Radical Requiem says, enough! But they get slain as they try to run away towards that P3. Advantage for EA XCEED KURZO.
There we go. They get the break. They get maybe late, but hey, you're still keeping the game very close. And then now you're getting transition kills. Out of the hill they go onto the P3 site. It is a contest for the time being. Faker, the only one here, is finally going to be able to get some help. As Emmy is absolutely Himmy as he finds the 3-piece. Daniel now going to be able to pop the claw. This is a pivotal moment for the boys in blue. Are they going to be able to take him out? Absolutely not. Radical Requiem going to be able to clear the objective off just like that.
It looks like they are a one-trick pony here. EA XCEED KURZO continuously just flushing in from one angle. You have to take that pincer maneuver. You have to hit them from the back just so that you can pull off a little bit of a distraction and have a better chance of winning out your gunfight. But stacking the numbers seems to be the only way EA XCEED KURZO chooses to lead themselves into hardpoint after hardpoint, and it looks like the Punisher is just there from Radical Requiem.
There we go. It's the 100 killer. It's the paper plane in the skies. Oh, not in the skies, in the sky. That was an interesting little contest spot right there. He was up with the vineyard as the top side of the balcony was occupied. Emmy's going to be able to collect some scrap time. They got a long transition over in a top office. Hello, he's putting in work. Business hours are from now until when ADR decides to close shop, as he does finally get taken down. And the early rotation is going to pay off dividends for the time being, as XCEED going to continue to hold the objective for now, as Robbie going big with the war machine, but he's finally shut down.
No better place for a comeback here. A fantastic start with the war machine, but Faker's just a tad bit too slow to pull out that purifier. But here he comes with a comeback, but barely able to do much with it. Faker gets taken out by Danielle. Danielle's on a roll, shutting down Prim as well, and Radical Requiem holding on for their dear lives. EA XCEED KURZO right back in here with the numbers stack from the Special Forces base. As long as they can keep up their gunfights, it should be all right. But here comes the Hunter Killer as well.
Oh, Robbie, we got to do something different, bud. Let's get that sniper out. We need you with a gunny, bro. I know the secondary is the J358, but we got to be able to hold this P4 for dear life. Obviously, you're down and you're playing sniper roles here on a map that may not even need it, as we see the rotations over to P1 going to be made. After the first set of hills, we got a 93-61 advantage. And I got to say, Radical Requiem have been on top of the rotations and even on the breaks as well. They've looked pretty solid so far.
Yeah, it's not impossible to play the sniper, but of course your positioning on the map on each and every single one of these hills is going to be the key factor of whether or not you walk away with eliminations or you're continuously getting eliminated, right? Standing straight up on that observation deck on the hill with the thunder, yeah, it's just not going to click out for anyone here. Claw gets dragged out by Danielle, manages to hit one, backs away, Dunk shuts down Faker, back and forth, but Radical Requiem still with a decent enough lead to run away with this one. But we've seen 100-point leads crushed in the past as well.
Oh, we have. I'm going to be honest with you. I wasn't a huge fan of Danielle pulling out here for P1. It doesn't necessarily call for it. This is going to be a heavy contested anyways. He got the wipe, and surely enough, the squad in blue XCEED going to be able to get a majority of this scrap time. As a matter of fact, Ibby's on a hell-bent mission to try and get, mitigate that damage, and does so. But what lead was rolling into this P1 reset has since disappeared. It's only about a 25-point deficit. The good thing, though, if you are the side of Radical Requiem, is you do have the early setup for P2.
Hunter Killer drone taken out of the air, and now a pincer maneuver like we've been asking out of EA XCEED KURZO from the very start. And now it's played out on this P2, and a fantastically dominant play here by EA XCEED to take away this hill from the hands of Radical Requiem. 119, they hold them there. Can they catch up? It looks like they're so close to it.
Chef's kiss, perfect. When I talked about that operator earlier on, this is exactly what I meant. That claw would have worked wonders in a rebreak or a retake or a hold even. And right now you're seeing the pieces come through the puzzle looking solid. They fit ever so elegantly in the red room. ADR is going. He's going to wrap the rear too. There's only one left in Donkin. Buddy, he is going to be dropped. Last 10 seconds is going to go in favor, and we've got a sudden momentum shift. A lead swap to go along with it. It is EA XCEED showing up when it matters the most.
Absolutely, man. Of course, just a little bit of a slip up in the first rotation of hills, but it's not happening on the second one. They've managed to make their comeback. They've pulled ahead slightly already. All attacking from the side of Stonewells, heading on into the backyard. But Radical Requiem already on the hill. The smokes are all out to obscure the view of EA XCEED KURZO. Can they, of course, split off towards this mid-matter and attack them from the back? It seems like once again, the one-trick pony style of EA XCEED KURZO plays against them.
It does, but right here, you got a pivotal moment here. You got operators being burned, and it may not even show that you need them. Right now, Aqua's using it just for a little bit of map control. 30 seconds into it, not a single break going to come through. So Streak's going to come in as well, but Aqua says, I'll do it with the gunny, as he finds 3, and nothing funny about them shots. They are crispy. as he's the last man standing on the objective. He's going to need some support here, but will he be just a one-man wrecking crew? It looks as though the last 15 might be going in their favor as long as he's got a gun and gung-ho to go along with it. Finally, they end his torment of terror, but only 5 seconds to pick up. You've got to buckle up and head over the new. This one perfectly played in retaliation to the break there in the P2. Radical Requiem still very much so in control.
Yeah, impressive dodge by Tails here, walking away from that Freddy that was just hovering right over his head. Pretty fancy, but of course he still gets taken down by Akmal, who is on a fantastic roll right now for the side of Radical Requiem. 30 eliminations already. Sparrow being invested as well by RR, 158 to 138, but the hill is dominated by EA XCEED KURZO. They do have the numbers being flooded on the other hand by the side of RR, who brings out their war machine as well to play a little bit.
Perfectly executed right there. You needed this to give you a little bit of breathing room. Obviously, the break looked like it was going to be inevitable, but right now, it is certainly locked in. Boxing gloves out. Donk going to be able to take down one, but Faker is him for good for two. He's going to get shut down. Tails of retaliation is going to be dropped. It's traits galore here in the statue. We've got a picture-perfect performance right here for the boys in yellow. It is Radical who is shutting it down, and going to continue to build on their lead now as the second set of hills lead us to an even bigger advantage than we saw in the first. 182 to 139. Will we be able to see this one close out by Radical?
A 43-point lead is nothing as long as EA XCEED KURZO manages to keep this P1 to their side as soon as it opens, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It is still RR with the objective player, but 3 thrown in here by EA XCEED. They still have 2 more, but Radical Requiem just dominating the upper floor. Danielle, especially with the Holger as well, brings out the claw, takes a couple of eliminations. The LMG continues to pick up the rest whilst Radical Requiem picks up the points on the Hardpoint.
I'm not necessarily a fan of the operator users there from Danielle. I love the fact that he fried, but on the P1 again, he did the same thing last time, and they didn't have anything to show for it. Akmal going to go ahead and burn his opponents there with a Purifier too. Things may not be looking good as we roll into this P2 rotation. We're going to have to get an early setup, and then also you're going to have to counter some of the operators on the left-hand side of your screen. You got to get a fair share of this objective time, too. And, well, with Faker contesting here as well as collecting some time for free, this is a recipe for disaster. We might see a little bit of a comeback here as soon as this hill opens up for business.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, 5 more seconds. That one runs off the clock. And one final engagement here, won by Faker. Akmal goes down. That's the key player, but pincer maneuver setup. This is a blessing from the gods of Call of Duty Mobile. 2 players on the left, 2 players on the right. And of course, the hill held on here by EA XCEED KURZO. Can they hold on for their dear lives whilst the backup arrives? Answers no. Radical Requiem gets the smash. Faker with a Purifier can't burn nothing. The hill is still on a pause. Radical Requiem still slaying out because here comes Robbie and his war machine.
Robbie and his war machine. He's going to get shut down. 30 seconds left to fight for. You need all this time if you're XCEED. And unfortunately, the operators were wasted. But Prim going massive. And retaliation is a race to the hill. We've got a little bit of a throwdown here. 4 versus 2. And it looks like the 4 prevail here. Faker's going to be the last one alive. Prim now through secret. He's going to get ousted with 13 seconds left to fight for. You must contest, and you also have to set up for new.
The Radical Requiem's going for the reset. EA XCEED KURZO trying to stop it with their dear lives, but their dear lives are being ripped away. 225, 25 more points to bring this Hardpoint to a close. Radical Requiem, can they get the job done? Early rotation in here for Warehouse as well. They get the slaves all on their side, but the spawns on the side of Special Forces base to the side of EA XCEED KURZO, can they make something out of it?
They've got to go. 20 seconds needed. If you're the fans of Radical Requiem, hold the line. If you are XCEED, you've got to push on forward through fences. Akmal doing God's work. Gets Prim. Gets Tails. Gets Robbie. Gets the turn and burn. The shots don't land. He's going to get taken down, but the teammates are there. They're stacked the objective. They're funneling in the shots from XCEED. Not going to be enough to take down the players of Radical Requiem. They need to contest. Only 9 now needed to win for the side of Radical.
9 needed, but here is EXCEED KURZO still with the numbers on the stack. The Special Forces base spawn seems to be doing them a lot of good, but Radical Requiem with the sheer firepower, and now the Purifier in the hands of Akbar once again, but he gets shut down by Prim, and the life is still here for EXCEED KURZO. They refuse to give up, but the rotation a bit too far, all the way to the opposite side on the observation deck, all anchored down by one player. Robbie is still alive, and here comes the Annihilator as well. Prim might just be able to fly.
Oh, it's big. Hold on for dear life. Here comes the hit. Ibby gonna be good for 2. He's traded out. Donk from a distance gonna be able to find another. It is a race to the hill. It's occupied in blue. They're holding on for dear life. Hold the line. Hold the line. Here comes the push. Ibby shut down. Faker has opted to swap to the Finnick, and it looks just as good as the shotty. The break finally gonna come through, and those might be the last shots. 5 seconds needed now, and this one might be.
And it is all over. 250 hit by Radical Requiem. What a fight, what a game, what a grand finals here at the Community Gladiators 2024. The search for our master gladiators, but I swear as hell will say both teams playing like masters. Unfortunately for EXCEED KURZO, the momentum picked up a tad bit too late for my liking, Verdict.
No, you're absolutely right. You got to commend Radical Requiem's ability to transition. They may not have had the best operator timings, but they utilized their operators perfectly when they did pop them. On the flip side of things, P2 was a nightmare on that last rotation if you're the side of XCEED. Why? Because you had 3 ops and you didn't have any kills to show for it. Maybe 1 or 2 here and there, but that should have been enough for a break, as well as enough to get the hold to saddle up. And of course, when you've got ops like the Annihilator going to waste at times, and this one right here from Doc, he didn't waste that one. He burned the opponent who had a Purifier on, and surely enough, you're going to be able to build yourself in a substantial lead. And it's just an overall a very much better performance in the Hardpoint on a bigger map. It kind of exposed XCEED for being what trick pony, as you mentioned earlier.
I mean, they clearly should have switched it up, but it is a strategy. It's just a strategy I am not a big fan of, right? I understand the factor of, you know, when you stack a hill, when you throw in 5 players, you do have a tad bit of an advantage. But if that recipe is not working out for you, if you try to go for that crispy chicken and it's still a tad bit soft, you gotta change their recipe. They didn't change their recipe.
Yeah, that's salmonella, man. I don't want anything to do with that. Let me tell you, if my chicken ain't crispy when I'm cooking it, buddy, I'm throwing it right back in the oven. You got to go back to the drawing board, especially on a map like Hacienda, because there was just so many missed opportunities. Obviously, if you stack a hill 5 inside the garage, it's a recipe for disaster. All it takes is just kills to get the entry. When you break on through, everybody's there. You know, everything's going to go down, and now you're going to have to wait on the respawns, and then your respawns are going to be split. You're going to be 2 up north, 2, 3 down south. Obviously, the pinch can come back in, but when you start perimeter around an objective such as P2, you have so much better of an opportunity to hold themselves. I didn't love the Hacienda from either team. I didn't love it as far as like mechanically or sound and strategy, but it needs a lot of improvement. But obviously, Radical Requiem did it much better as they held off on that lead, 250 to 197. Still a lot of room for improvement. In a pro league, they would be exposed, but they have a lot of raw talent. If you maneuver yourself right, you might be able to put yourself in a better position.
I mean, what a monstrous game on both sides. You look at Prim, you look at Akmal, they're neck and neck, right, with all of their stats. 55 eliminations, 54 on the side of Akmal, 38 deaths versus 39 deaths on the side of Prim. I mean, insanity. Look at the time on the hill as well. So close. I mean, these... How do you pick a favorite, Verdict? Please tell me how.
You do it by picking the team that has 5 solid players and not a 4v5. Robbie should have immediately after that first set of hills switched out from the sniper. I get it. That's your main. You're good in it. Ranked. This ain't ranked, buddy. This is a high tier competition. In a game like this, when it matters the most, you need to be on the hill and you need to win your gunnies. 19 and 41. Well, you know, that's just inexcusable, especially when you're making the early rotation to P4. You're the only one there. Both times that he made that early rotation, the third time he actually stayed alive, but the first 2 times he got taken out like this. I mean, it wasn't even a challenge. You got to put yourself in a better position. You got to put the sniper away. You got to make that adjustment mid-game. It can't happen, you know, all throughout the game, and then you look back and be like, well, maybe I should have not sniped. No, big-time players make big-time plays and big-time games. You got to make a big-time decision. You got to swap early.
I think there was just a mismatch in terms of strategy, right? I am not opposed to the fact that he brought in the sniper. I am just very frustrated with the angles and the positions that he chose to hold on to with the sniper. I mean, if you're going to be playing objective with a sniper, bro, don't do it, right? But, you know, this is the issue that we had with XCEED KURZO, with them throwing 5-man into the hill. And we wanted them to kind of like spread out, kind of hold certain angles. So you kind of like, you know, cut off certain choke points. And so the rest of your team members can just focus on one side of the hill, one side of the map, and just elevate your chances of just holding on to those points a little bit more. We didn't see that out of Robbie. I totally agree with you, but it is not a problem they cannot fix. It is just a little bit of, I think, a misdirection in terms of their plans. And thankfully, this is the team that made it to the grand finals first. So if they mess up series number 1, they still have another reset of the grand finals to play for. Not all is over for EA XCEED KURZO. But when you look at Radical Requiem, if they continue with this sort of a momentum, dude, taking 2 series back-to-back should not be much of an issue.
No, it shouldn't. But what I will say is just to add on to that kind of play style, you know, stacking the hill like they did this time, it didn't pan out. On a map like Summit, where the spawns are a little bit more forgiving, it's not an all-out race towards the objective after you die, it may favor, and we saw them thrive early on in this tournament. Now, as we saw a much more linear map in Hacienda, too much ground to cover. You have the right weapons, you got the right tools, but you're not applying the pressure in the right ways. You're going to have to redeem yourself here, because this could be for the bracket reset. The Hacienda goes in favor of Radical Requiem. We are heading to Arsenal, what could be the last map of this first reset. If we do see Radical take it, we will be heading back to another best of 5 to determine a champion. And of course, like I said earlier, if we want to see XCEED win this series, they had to win standoff, Hacienda, and Arsenal. They lost the Hacienda. Even if they do take this Arsenal, I just don't see it happening on Tunisia. I'm sorry. I know they came back in the standoff. I know you can't discount them, but there is just something about that map and Radical Requiem playing it.
Nah, I mean, I totally see where you're coming from, right? But I say nah because these 2 teams, I would not bet on either one just to save a little bit of face for myself, because it's just impossible to say how it's going to swing, right? Because if Robbie did not make that fundamental mistake, either if he had swapped that gun out or if he had, you know, a position that was a little bit more favorable in terms of controlling one zone of each of those hills, just kind of, you know, manage Hacienda. And we were talking about how that is the biggest issue for a lot of the pro teams as well. Things could have been a tad bit different. So we do acknowledge that this was a map issue for the side of EA XCEED KURZO. Perhaps when we head on in for that search and rescue, as long as they don't make mistakes like that, it's going to be on a 50-50. Because when we look at the engagements, as far as the top slayers are concerned, we are pretty neck and neck with these 2 teams. And it's so exciting to watch that on a grand finals like this.
I need to see Faker step it back up. ADR has been the heavy carry for this team throughout the majority of this 3-game spread so far. Faker has started cold in all 3 game modes. Team Deathmatch, Search or Destroy. He picked up the slack towards the end, and he finally started to get a little heated up as he's able to maneuver the map on a with a KRM in your hand. You know, often you saw him change to that Fennec, but with a KRM, you got to find yourself uniquely on a map like Hacienda, and with most of the hills being out in the wide open, it's pretty much impossible to do so. I'm glad he was able to adapt. Now, what you can't do is you can't focus on a search and rescue if you're XCEED. You've got to focus on this Arsenal, because it could be the last one we see of this best of 5. You've got to find a way to win this one first.
Let's see. if or not this next game will give us the champion of our first round of grand finals. Yeah, Radical Requiem is just one game away from hitting that reset button for round 2 in the grand finals. But of course, it is still possible for EA XCEED KURZO to make a fantastic comeback in here, albeit a tad bit difficult, just like Verdict said earlier.
All right, time for Mission Impossible. Can you make something happen? Can you keep the dream alive? XCEED. Possibilities here for this series to close out, not take us to a best of 5 reset. Those margins just went out the window after you lost the Hardpoint. Can you redeem yourself here and extend the first one to go the distance? We're about to find out. Arsenal is going to be the decision maker. We'll find out here shortly. Now, bring out your big guns. Keep the sniper out if you must, Robbie, but put yourself in a better position. Obviously, it's all about map control here on this one, and when several different strategies come through in Team Deathmatch that it's on, especially on this map too, it could be a bit awkward, but we'll see how they play it off the rip.
Absolutely, man. Of course, we've seen this already, and we saw exactly how Radical Requiem managed to find some pretty dominating positions against TeamBa. But TeamBa kind of took the game a little close, a little too close for comfort against Team Radical Requiem. There is a possibility here that EA XCEED KURZO shows TeamBa how to get it done. Perhaps represent the Philippines a tad bit and get a sweet revenge off for them.
All right, we're slow and steady. Look, the back down there from XCEED. They know it's up for grabs. Robbie's got a sniper in hand. He's looking to make something happen here on the rotation. And we've got infiltrations there in the laboratory, as Callie likes to call it. We're about to find out if Ish is going to hit the fan here momentarily, or are we going to be right back at it with another junior high dance brought to you by Awkwardness. This one has been awkwardly slow for the time being, and, well, no one seems to be wanting to make their way across the dance floor to initiate contact yet, AJ.
I mean, it's just so rare to watch Team Deathmatch being played on a pro level, right? And I absolutely love this because it just takes control and it takes out the element of dominating a certain segment of the map. This is just all about lives. And technically, even if you don't reach the target of 50, at the end of the timer of 10 minutes, whoever who has more eliminations will win this round. So I really love what EA XCEED KURZO is doing, keeping that back line, making sure they'll only spawn from one side of the map as long as the front line can keep it surviving and the backup keeps coming, as long as Faker holds on to the spawn. But here's my question. Is he holding on to the spawn, or is he lagging and unable to go out there and engage against Radical Requiem?
Oh, I think
I think it's the latter.
Or the nail on the head. Yeah. Well, he did leave like right before that first kill, and I don't know what the ruling is going to be on this one. The first blood does go through. It is Robbie who is actually going to piece one up off of the heady. And certainly you're going to be down a man in this instance. Maybe he's had connectivity issues all throughout this, and that's kind of why the, shots weren't hitting in the first 3, and maybe he can't control that. Well, I mean, players are responsible for the connection. They're also responsible for hitting their shots. And Noctmal's going to be able to be responsible for 2 kills right there as things heat up. And we're all tied up at 2-2.
Okay, so 2 players have unfortunately left the lobby. We will have to go for a remake here, as confirmed by the league operations. We do apologize for the unfortunate turn of events here after a very hyped up start towards the Team Deathmatch. What I thought was a very tactical approach by slowing the pace down and inviting their opponents, Radical Requiem, to their house. Just seems like they couldn't move because their internet's bad.
That actually makes a lot of sense there for XCEED. If you're having connectivity issues off the bat, and I wouldn't harken on Faker because he's a tremendous player. It just, you kind of notice the slow pace, or not necessarily getting as many kills as he used to, roaming the map and owning it. And we just hadn't seen that from him off the rip from the start to the end. So to be able to pick up even with a connectivity issue and be able to perform like he has is absolutely remarkable. But we are absolutely going to be remaking a lobby here in a moment and getting that level playing field. I pray we see connection issues disappear for the boys over at XCEED ADR. He seemed connected. I don't know if they're in the house together, or maybe it's just a device issue out of the side of Faker.
I mean, hopefully it's not a device issue, man. that will be a huge problem to deal with. all throughout the series after making it into the grand finals. But fingers crossed this does not happen to them in the eventual grand scale of things, right? Because it started off just like you said, and the player exited the lobby before the first elimination was taken. We will go in there for the remake, but if it happens again, I would start to get a little bit nervous, especially if I'm a fan of the Philippines trying to get the championship within this competition.
No, you're absolutely right. All right, so I'm actually going to stand corrected on my comments from earlier. You must have an assault rifle class, an LMG or an assault, SMG, shotgun SMG, and you must have one marksman. So I didn't know the rules. I will correct myself. I look like a, how do I say it, a donkey? Is that appropriate? You know what I'm talking about. I look like a donk.
I think...
not in a good way, a donk.
Dude, you've been staying up all night for the past 3 days. I think it's an absolute excusable hiccup. But what we assessed within that matchup still stands. If you have been forced to bring a sniper or a marksman, don't play the heal. Why are you on the objective? Because you cannot aim. I mean, even if you throw a tactical scope on it, you are putting yourself at a severe disadvantage. So obviously the teams know the rules. The teams know that they have to play these maps. So if you're the sniper, it is your sole duty to go in there, scrim together with the rest of the squads, and try to hold on to angles where you can be useful at least a tad bit to the rest of your team members, right? So, you know, at the end of the day,
you're absolutely right.
When you're still stands.
When you're setting up for new, you can't be the only one there with a sniper and not hitting shots. The theory behind it still stands. You can't change your loadout, but you gotta change your approach again. You know, make those early rotations, get into a power position, find yourself useful. Even if you do not get the kills, you could still find a way to contribute to the team. It's kind of just like in team deathmatch. If you know you're getting obliterated, find value elsewhere outside the gunning. Put yourself in a position to be as a doormat. Like, hey, before you step into the hill, you got to go through me, and when you do go through me, it'll alert the squad. They'll be able to turn on you. So find yourself a way to, you know, adapt and become the player that needs to be in that exact moment. So we're getting geared up for it. It should be here starting momentarily, but yeah, assessments have been made. We have been pretty head on with our remarks and our predictions. I called Radical Requiem yesterday, making this journey to the grand finals, and well, here they are.
Unfortunately, the two brothers have been disconnected from the match, Faker as well as ADR, and they are currently not responding. There is a huge probability that they are playing from the exact same house since they are twins and their internet is currently down. I hope they've got good data. I hope they've got a good data plan because we desperately need them within this match. We might be taking a short break in just to sort out this technical issue with the boys and check in on them. And yes, that is correct. We are going to have a 5-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we do apologize for the technical difficulties, but you know, internet, it's not the player's fault in the grand scheme of things. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the grand finals continues.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX what? Slowly turning the tide.
Looking great, and they take the win.
Look at that range, getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
right!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters! Ladies and gentlemen, your champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Community Gladiators 2024, brought to you by Garena. Now, we understand if you're from Malaysia or Singapore, you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. A little bit of Portal and Steam with a disconnection, but I believe we have the players back. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Verdict. We are your casters for the day. We still have not gotten to speak to Cali yet because the series is still ongoing, Verdict.
Oh man, Cali Gaming must absolutely be in shambles right now. He's going to be enjoying the tunes of our fine voices for the time being and this excellent gameplay because it's led us to a point where we got a map number 4. It could end here and we do go for another reset, or will the shoes and the tie now was maybe some better connections might come through. I'm crossing my fingers. We get an even matchup and we see the true faker. We see the true ADR.
And I think we are about to start the match. Let's go. ADR as well as Faker, will they be able to pull themselves out of a rut here? I'm pretty sure if your confidence and your momentum is trying to be built and then you have a disconnection issue like that, it is gonna mess with your mojo a tad bit. Your team members might be a tad bit upset with you, you know, or alternatively, it could have worked out in their favor. Perhaps now Radical Requiem is a little bit too hot and annoyed, and that's gonna lead to a couple of mistakes. We will have to just wait and see what happens on this team deathmatch.
Well, wait, see no more. Here we go. Get it on, baby, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the last run of the finals. Bracket number 1. Tails connected on XCEED, all having connectivity issues. And this is not what we would like to see. Robbie going to be able to take the first engagements. Hopefully everyone else is fully intact. ADR actually going to be moving about and grooving too now as Robbie yet again going to be able to find that first blood and taking on the sniper versus sniper battle, and Robbie taking down Donk.
All right, I see Faker and a little bit of movements here from his icon. ADR, on the other hand, is still pretty much way back in yellow storage, turning around circles, and the guy is not moving a single inch. But never mind, Robbie is getting the job done. We were asking him to step up, and I guess this is just his game mode and map.
Oh, they're going to have to, because right now you're going to have to pick up the slack of 2 players that are not really fully connected. They're going to go ahead and battle it on out now as Faker and ADR are still stuck in the spawn. I wonder how long before the opponents realize that and bum rush for those free kills. Certainly we'll have a little bit better of, respectable matchup. But, I mean, hey, when you see blood in the water and you're a shark, you've got to be able to take advantage, right?
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I really like the consistency from Radical Requiem here. In the earlier match, before the disconnections as well as the reset, we saw them flood the lab and hold on to the mid segment of the map. Each and every single player just holding on to one entrance of the lab. And, it's all going to be the communication gameplay here when they're forced to respawn, the track right back. Everything's working out in their favor. But, of course, the numbers advantage still here because Robbie was just popping off earlier. And he's just pretty much the solo carry right now for EA XCEED KURZO. I mean, if he's going to try to make up for that Hardpoint matchup, I'm not going to complain about it.
Oh, yeah, definitely not. I'm going to go ahead and commend him, too, because after a performance like that, you got to be a little bit discouraged. Danielle, he is a TDM master, and certainly he is going to take down the master on the flip side of things. We do start to see now Faker has made his way over into what looks to be a little bit more of a better vantage point, but ADR is still stuck in the spawn, indicates that maybe we don't necessarily see the best 5 stepping forward at the moment, but nonetheless, we are all tied up. So Radical Requiem, not necessarily being able to take advantage of this, could be a little bit of a misplay, in my opinion.
I mean, my heart goes out to both Faker as well as ADR, but it is what it is. The same goes out to shoutcasters. The same goes out to players. As long as you are participating within a tournament online, the fundamental is getting your internet sorted out. I mean, if it's just for a day, if it's just for a few hours, you go get yourself, seated in your friend's house or your uncle's house or your auntie's house. I don't care where you go, but your internet needs to be super solid, man. And, I know the Philippines has got its fair share of internet issues, but there are some of my friends from the Philippines who I've casted with a lot of times who've barely had these issues. So there is a solution, I believe, if they go out seeking for it. Thus far, doesn't seem to be the case, and they are going to be tortured for it. The surprising thing, though, Verdict, the scale and difference of the points from both sides doesn't reflect the disconnection.
No, it doesn't. It's very minuscule. As a matter of fact, Robbie's been doing everything he can in tandem with Prim, who's going to be able to take down the monster on the left-hand side of the screen. Tails is in a vent right now, and XCEED are trying to get back into the driver's seat of this one as they do tie it up. Big gunfights on the inside of the point. It is going to be Emmy, who has not lost very many gunfights on the objective so far. Robbie is going to be able to continue to tear through, and there goes the War Machine. It's going to be able to find one, but not necessarily the outcome you want to have, especially when you're down by 2 players.
Now, if I was EA XCEED KURZO, I'll just stop pushing because I think what they've got going on for themselves is something very good. They've got 1 life advantage, 1 elimination advantage here, 11 to 10. And as long as you've got that, just run the clock down. They keep that balance still here. As Prim shuts down Dong, Akmal gets that equalizer. EA XCEED KURZO is still in front. They just need to maintain this balance. But it's just about time before RR figures out that, wait a minute, we can just go in for the rush and finish things off.
Oh, we can. You've got all 5 members active. XCEED now trying to take control and run away with it. Prim, make it 3 with the Annihilator. My God, a travesty. That is terrible coming from Radical Requiem because you had the advantage in player count, but you weren't able to fully capitalize on it. 3 in return in the feed. Danielle's going to be able to find 1, but it's traded out, and the claw is going to go to waste. Still a little bit of a lead in Team in Yellow, and they're going to be able to extend it with Prim taking shots like that.
I mean, insanity in terms of the capability out of EA XCEED KURZO. 2 players ineffective, and yet they are still able to maintain a little bit of a lead here. Faker with 2 eliminations. ADR still can't catch up right back. And it is going to be a opportunity perhaps for EA to just sit this one out. They've got a 5 elimination lead. They don't really need to do much. Just run the clock down. 4 minutes is not much.
Oh, you're absolutely right. 4.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Prim going to be able to get the revenge. The homie Donk going to be taken down. And a 4-life lead is still going to be swinging in their favor. Shots don't need to be absolute. They just need to be enough to fend off the push. And, well, certainly right now you're being divided and you're being conquered as Dragon Z is going to be able to pull out the War Machine. He's going to clear the vents and ducts. He's only going to be able to find one, the Sparrow. About halfway done here for him, and they have not found any success on it. On the outskirts of this point, we've got Akmal, who wants to make the entry on out, is steadily going to be just holding the objective regardless, though, too. So player number 3 in yellow is going to be Tails. He's in a pivotal position. He's going to go big if he finds Donk, as he does. And surely we see Robbie and, or not Robbie and team, but Faker reconnect on in. That, I mean, finally shooting that first shot, and they go down just like that.
I mean, a Growl versus a Sparrow. Which one wins? It's a draw on that one, man. 3 elimination difference. The XCEED KURZO still with the advantage here. 3 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Slow things down, baby. But Donk isn't going to give you some breathing space here. 1 elimination difference. And the XCEED KURZO, who had a great advantage earlier, is trying to bring it right back up. Prim with a fantastic shot, but couldn't run away through those tunnels up top. And Akmal taking himself out of the equation doesn't really do the team much help yet.
Ooh, Prim is doing everything he can to reel this one in. 16 kills on board, AJ. He's been an absolute nightmare. Tails going to get involved, taking down Donk as well. And, well, the lead again going to continue to grow. XCEED now starting to feel a little bit more momentum, but just like that, to a halt it comes. Akmal and Donk going to be able to retaliate with 2 for themselves.
Say 33-33. It's all decently fine here. Radical Requiem. I don't know if I got this wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, Equalizer was banned. Didn't we see an Equalizer play?
I don't know if we saw one, but I haven't seen one as of yet. I know I've seen claws action. I see a backstab action, and Dog is going to be good for the sneaky, sneaky 2-piece. Little as you know, ADR's up there. He is not moving at all either, and would have been another free one, but I love the respect that we get out of this roster. They didn't push deep into the spawn to try to find those AFK players. They want the active ones. They want to do justice, and they are certainly playing on level playing field now.
Yeah, observers, bring me to Prim. I believe he's the one who brought in the Equalizer earlier and got a couple of back-to-back eliminations. The Equalizer is the one that was banned out, not the Annihilator. The Annihilator is in play in the hands of Prim. So we are all still fine, and dandy Prim still popping off, and he gets the triple. And it looks like it is an opportunity for a comeback, all thanks to Prim. Danielle whips out the claw, but is he going to be ineffective just like that Hardpoint earlier, Verdict?
It might be the case. I don't know. You may have thought he had an Equalizer, Prim, because he's been ripping opponents left to right. It's broken. ADR going to be broken after that shot. Robbie going to be able to find 1, make it 2. We are down to the last few kills. 5 needed for yellow. In blue, they need 2. Can they hold on for dear life now as everyone's getting active inside the ducks? Emmy's going to drop the lead now down to 1. Donk with a last-minute operator pull. And that is going to do it, chat. A 50-47 Radical Requiem. Gonna put a bow and ribbon, wrap up this first best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up, get your popcorn, get your refreshments. This one ain't over. We're in for a long ride.
But I think this long ride is gonna be way too long in the eyes of EA XCEED KURZO, especially with the fact that 2 of their players are having connection issues. At the same time, though, if you really want to look at a 50-50 standpoint, Radical Requiem, I think, you know, all of the respect is well-deserved. All of the good praise is well-deserved from this squad. Even without their opponents having disconnection issues, they have been able to maintain their consistency, match after match, right? But they did drop the ball a tad bit, though. Even with the lack of players in action on the side of EA XCEED KURZO, Radical Requiem couldn't actually take the lead with the points initially.
No, I completely agree. I think there was maybe a little bit of nervousness, but also
Yeah.
maybe a little bit like, hey, dude, we don't want to win like this. I don't know necessarily them personally, but you got to love the fact that we didn't see them expose the AFK players. They didn't farm
Yeah.
those kills. If it was me, I'm going to win by any cost. I'm going to push it to spawn. I'm going to take those free kills wherever I can get it, and I'm going to try and figure out where they are on
Yeah.
the outskirts of the map, because there's so many limited spawns.
Yeah.
You could take advantage. You could have done so much more, but they did it the respectful way. And I get it, it's a 3v5, but at the end
Yeah.
of the day, you're responsible for your connectivity.
That's very true, man. But you know, the respect that we've got for Radical Requiem just skyrocketed, right? Because the amount of respect that you have for your opponents to not flood their spawn because you understand two players are having connection issues, and you just hold on to mid and say, you know what, guys, when you're ready, just take the fight to us. Let's just play this down to the T. 3 elimination difference. I mean, Radical Requiem took the win, so we need to praise them for that. But the way they took the win without taking advantage of their opponent's technical difficulties, I think just deserves the world of praise here.
No, absolutely. Regardless of the intentions, the fact of the matter is they didn't do it, and that's all that matters. Very, very close, 50-47.
If they had lost
as I
it,
mentioned
though.
in the first series. Well, yeah. If they had lost, oh, you guys are a bunch of crappers. Come on. But no, in all seriousness, you go back to that first series where they played, where Radical Requiem lost against XCEED. It came down to the Hardpoint. The difference was 1 point. You died one more time than your opponents. It was a 50-49. This one, still a nail biter. And Prim even fooled you into believing that he was using an equalizer because he was shredding kids on the map with a 22 kill and 14 death KD.
I mean, you can just imagine what would have happened if Faker and ADR did not have disconnection issues, right? I think this would have been, pretty safe to say on the side of EA XCEED KURZO. But, props to Prim, man. With the Annihilator, he was on fire. He got it activated twice, and both the times where he did bring it out, he did not waste that operator. We've seen a couple of operators being wasted here on the final day of play for Community Gladiators. Prim just definitely not one of those guys. Made full good use of it. And, props to Robbie as well for some fantastic plays just to hold down the fort whilst those two players reconnected. But you know what, Verdict? I think we now get the pleasure to invite our good friend right back in here.
It's that time, AD. Let's get him in. Callie, talk to me, buddy.
Hey, welcome back to the analyst segment. Hey, it's great to be back with you guys as well. That was a very long series. We got to face a lot of disconnection there for XCEED, Faker, and ADR, right? But again, we still got a great show for the grand finals. And so we got this best of 5. The first best of 5 won over by the squad of Radical Requiem. Now, we got a couple of clips that we managed to just pull through and just highlight what were the important gameplay that resulted into some of these victories and what we're going to be expecting in the Grand Finals rematch later on, right? Because we're still going to have another match coming right up next with this 3-1 victory from the side of Radical Requiem. Let's take a look at our first clip up today. This starts with our team deathmatch at Arsenal, which was a 50-34 victory for Radical Requiem. Well, I must say, Donk had another Donk moment here for this takeoff, right? We got him holding down always this position on the map, this staircase, but we're always the head glitches that really favors him to just clip every player with the LW3 Thundera. Now, it's essential to just really talk about this one, right? Because they've been so great at manipulating these spawns at this area on the map. They always have the top generators, and they also hold down the medcare center, so that only leaves the spawns to be pretty wide left open at the visitor center and by the stadium. So it's pretty much easier for them to filter out where exactly they do want to bring these players every time. And we did see Donk come up here with tons of kills. You can see on the screen 7 combo for him. He turned that into an 8 with his kill onto Robbie, and eventually earns himself a Predator missile. And this was basically the kill that led to Donk and just giving this team that huge lead in this takeoff team deathmatch to eventually win this game. Now, I want you guys to run me through here, because although this next gameplay was won over by XCEED, Donk just had a highlight of a moment for this matches that they went up against in this standoff SNR.
Oh, I know this particular moment. He is an absolute monster. Faker's right here. He's going to actually bum rush the spawn, and that's a 4-piece for Donk to start off the round. And I think there was another one where he just clipped left, right, left, right. I mean, he was not missing very much. I believe this is a clip that we're going to see where he's going to try to land some shots on the outskirts. Not going to have very much luck, but the boxing gloves is going to allow him to put himself in a great position as well. He's just a masterclass on the map. He is certainly built different.
Yeah, game sense, right? I mean, to switch out from your gun to the melee, get the quick punch, get out of there because, you know, the opposition was just stacked in that bomb site already. So great stuff overall, Callie.
Yeah, this was almost a victory for Radical Requiem to go up 2-0, but they fumbled the last 3 rounds and eventually gave XCEED an opportunity to go right back into this one. Well, if you guys were asking who stepped up for the other squad, it was basically ADR and Robbie, right? Unfortunately, we cannot get any clips of that,
100%.
but we're going to see more from them at our Grand Finals rematch. Now, moving into our next clip right here, I think this was one of the hypest moments that we got in this battle, 190 to 241. This was a battle for that P4 where we got an early rotation made by XCEED. Number 5 and 1, that's Prim and Faker holding down the hard point. 3 of their members are trailing behind, holding down the garage. Now look at where we see Radical Requiem spawn at the moment, right through the boathouse, heading into the arches. Now this is one way for you to break this P4 to finally end all things, and this is what's needed for everybody that wants to win this P4 Money Hill, right? First and foremost, you got XCEED. There's 2 players inside of this hard point. Now you see Radical Requiem, they tried to bring out the players into the rocks while also setting up number 3 and number 4 at the shore side. So what that does is create that distraction. Tails and his company will be focusing on the players coming in from the stairs, and when this play happens, look at this play lines up. Number 4, number 3 is able to sleep on by through shore side, gets that hop up, gets that kill, able to get that break, and no one really close for the side of XCEED at this battle. And it eventually led to that break and this final elimination to take down ADR, gave that win for Radical Requiem to finish off this Hacienda Hardpoint verdict.
No, absolutely. And I think that clip actually started off when we roll back into it, the beginning of it, way before the 15 seconds into the objective. Robbie was still the only person there at the beginning. The difference in this one was he was able to stay alive, but it just didn't even make a difference because you're playing the objective as a sniper. You got to put yourself in a better position to you know, capitalize on some of these pickoffs and whatnot. I know it's difficult on a map like Hacienda, but in P4 there are plenty of opportunities for snipers to position themselves, you know, off his site, even the backside of water. You could go towards the P2 side even.
Yeah, and now let's take a look at our MVP on this Grand Finals Best of 5. It's gonna be Dunk for Radical Requiem, coming from MYSG. 17 kills, 11 deaths, and 167 rating. I feel like this player just keeps getting better every time we see him play that SNR, Search and Rescue, in this Best of 5 that we have here, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. 17 eliminations, 11 deaths. Donk was dunking on everyone. I mean, if he could not get you taken down with a sniper, he was bonking you right on the head with the boxing gloves. There was just no stopping this guy, man.
Yeah, it was dunking on everybody in this battle that we got for the Grand Finals. And yeah, this was definitely close. We did not have any clips for the team deathmatch Arsenal, but one thing more than likely, we're going to see a Grand Finals rematch. Another Best of 5 awaits us here today, and now we will crown the champion of Community Gladiators after this break. Will it be the MYSG team, Radical Requiem, or will it be the boys from the Philippines in XCEED? We're about to find out after this break.
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX what? Slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win.
Look at that rage, getting 1, getting 2, getting 3, and
What a
rage!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters! win! You're champions!
Now find really a good chance of winning that. Oh, crazy battle. And just like that, and I think...
From Kane, 32, currently in favor of ALX, but slowly turning the tide.
Logan breaking, they take the win!
Look at that Rage getting one, getting two, getting three, and
What a
Rage!
play! What a mega! Back-to-back champions of the Arena Masters!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Community Gladiators 2024. This is the reset of the Grand Finals because a team that has made a beautiful run down in the lower brackets called Radical Requiem has managed to wreck our champions or potential champions in EA XCEED KURZO in our first Grand Finals in a 3-1 combat. But of course, a couple of technical issues. If that is not sorted out, perhaps they're gonna go back to back in terms of a defeat for the team that got there first. It reminds me of a little story verdict about a little hare and a tortoise.
Okay, that's you gotta pace yourself. You just can't exert all your energy at the beginning, but I don't know if this one applies in this regard. I think this one's sort of, you know, it's kind of like maybe David and Goliath, but without the Goliath situation, because everyone's just David around here. Everyone is just coming through as the good guys. I can't root against any of these teams. I root for both of them. I root for all of them. I love this Radical Requiem roster, but justice has not been served for XCEED. We need Faker. We need ADR. We need strong connectivity. We need the best of 5 coming up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, I guess this is exactly what makes Community Gladiators so beautiful. So in one way or other, this is a blessing, not for the team of EA XCEED KURZO, of course, because now they just have one more life in terms of any series. But as far as the community is concerned, as far as the broadcast is concerned, as far as the casters are concerned, this is the kind of blockbuster action we want to see because it is a tough journey. And if beating all odds, the Radical Requiem still manages to become champion, they truly can say they are the Master Gladiators. Let's take a look once again, verdict, at their journey thus far.
Yeah, their journey now has led us to one last best of 5. It's a no holds bar. May the best team win. Obviously, Radical Requiem got sent to the lower bracket there in the lower bracket semi number 2. They had to face off against several opponents and did so unscathed. Their only loss so far throughout this tournament has been XCEED. They've got the revenge tenfold. Now they must complete the mission. XCEED, as long as everybody has connectivity, you know, connections to the lobby, and they're not forced to have to restart, or they're not forced to play on low or late latency. Obviously, I think this is going to be the best matchup we're going to have tonight. Last best of 5. I'm not going to discount it, but it felt kind of wrong towards the end. I'm glad we're still getting a redemption, though.
Oh, dude, I'm just so nervous as to what can we actually expect for this reset of Grand Finals, right? Because the main issue here is ADR as well as Faker. If they don't make it right back in here, even for the team deathmatch, obviously it's gonna have, you know, it's gonna serve up severe repercussions for the team of EA XCEED KURZO. Was there enough time for them to sort out something like an internet issue? I don't know. They were, to the very least, still connected, but it looked like the connection was, still terrible. Right?
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Anytime you're at the top of the top, facing off against the head of the competition, you want the absolute best connection rolling into what is going to be their last chance. Now, as we take a look at the best of 5, this one looking pretty solid. Very similar in the regards to the search and rescues and the team deathmatch, but very much so a wild card there for map number 3.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if you take a look at the very first game takeoff, it is the mirror pick as to what we just saw in series number 1, where Radical Requiem walked away with the victory. The operator bans are the exact same. Equalizer as well as the Tempest taken off of the play here. When we go into Tunisia, on the other hand, perhaps this is where we can see a little bit of magic played. And, based on our conversation at the start of the first round of Grand Final, you did mention that if we went to Tunisia, it would for sure be on the side of Radical Requiem. Now, after seeing the 3-1 dominant run from them on the first round of Grand Finals, I can't help but agree with you now.
And again, yeah, we've seen a copy paste from our first set of matches in that first takeoff team deathmatch. It wasn't really close rolling into it as it was in the Arsenal. So if you're the side of XCEED, you've got to pray that you can make it to that map 4, because full contribution from all 5 players, including ADR and Faker, that one could have gone either way. Obviously, those two could have had a huge impact, but we'll never know. I guess we're just going to have to find out and cross our fingers and pray that we get to that map 4. Again, the Hackney Yard, in my opinion, is going to be a combination of 2 things. It's going to be a combination of hectic and chaos on the objective and very close quarter combats, but it's also going to be, very similar to what we saw in that Hacienda. You've got to make the rotations. You've got a little bit of a hike if you spawn out. How are you going to compensate for that is my question. XCEED, I feel like they may have an advantage if they can maintain the spawns.
I think this is where Robbie will be able to be functional once again, because as opposed to the map that we played earlier at Hacienda, where the sniper is most of the time going to be pretty ineffective, especially if it's anywhere near the hill, there was nowhere else for him to play but the hill on a map like Hacienda. But when you bring it out to Hackney Yard, you've got so much of that higher ground elevation that you can use to your advantage, where we might just see KURZO walk away with the victory, all due to just that fact. But if that does not happen, I mean, the question is, can we even get past Hackney Yard with the disconnection issues thus far that the Filipino squad is facing? That's going to be my biggest question, man. It's all going to be determined here on this team deathmatch. I mean, it's not the way I want to see Community Gladiators end, but if it is what it is, then it is what it is.
No, it is what it is, and unfortunately, it happens, especially in mobile gaming. Here is, again, you mentioned it, we're online, we're not at a LAN event, and even though if it was one, you've seen issues with LAN events too, so nothing is perfection. You've got to figure a way out of the rut. You got to figure it out and get ahead of the curve, as obviously you had an advantage if you're XCEED. Right now, you don't have connections with 2 of your best players, and you've sold the best of 5 in the first set of series, so here we go. This is for all the marbles. The best 2-3 here. The first one to get there. They'll be crowned champions here of this Call of Duty Mobile Community Gladiators event, AJ. And I've got to say, one of these teams are going to walk away victorious, and they're going to be 50,000 COD points richer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, that's a full draw. Each player gets 10,000 COD points. They get to go into the market and, choose pretty much any guns they want. If they want to go for a draw, if they want to go for some of the cases, they can do whatever the hell they want. If they've already got a mythic that they could not go for the full upgrade in the past, well, now's the time.
All right, let's do it. Let's find out. Let's see what they are made of. ADR, Faker, have you reconnected in? I'm gonna blow you a sweet kiss, Faker, because you're doing the same. Maybe that's just your tongue going out. I don't care. You look sweet either way. As everyone looks like they're functionally moving around the map now as we maneuver on into the stadium side. First blood in. ACR. He is bringing in. Well, I said ACR. I meant ADR. He brought in the gun. He liked the ACR. My guy is absolutely cooking right now.
All right, beautiful start now. It looks like no technical issues. No internet disconnections coming on through, so we've got a neck-and-neck battle here as far as the eliminations are concerned. A 3 life deficit made into 4, and EXC is trying their very best to run away with this, but Radical Requiem, all they need to do is just slow this pace down, spawn out from one side, and get control of the map once again, and they've chosen Launch Center to get that play.
Gotta love it. You take down Faker inside of the stadium site, and certainly you got yourself a little bit of control. Daniel's still the last player alive here, and he's finally going to be out, though, as he did take down Prim with him. Tail's going to be on the outskirts as well. They are finding kills galore. ADR from a range. There's no cover there, homie. Very poor choice of a gunfight. Obviously, he forced his hands as he's gotten aggressive as well as his teammate and brother in arms and Faker, who's finally gotten 3 on board. The side of XCEED still have a lead, but the full court pressure is going to be felt. Will the side of Radical be able to bounce out of this one?
Let's see if or not RR will be able to catch up here as Daniel opens things up in terms of a comeback, but gets taken out by a quick sticky. Robbie unable to find a follow-up here for KURZO, and Dragons will be able to find the Punisher alongside Donk. Now, 4 more lives in terms of a catch-up here. And once again, the pace gets a little bit slowed down, and KURZO earlier, that Launch Center rush was what got them this lead, and it looks like they're going for it yet again.
Oh, there we go. 4 pushing up staircase. Hello, you got me. I don't have to come out. I am absolutely dead to rights. And just a little bit of a friendly reminder, when we looked at this first best of 5 series, this one went in favor heavily of the side of Radical Requiem. Right now, this is not looking good. They're down by about 9 kills. They got to start to slow it down and reel it back in. Daniel finally going to be able to get control there of that stadium site. And inside the go, as the audience is now trying to figure out where's the next hit's going to come from. It's on the outskirts. Akmel's good for 1, but it's a trade coming in as well now as the operators are too.
Robbie doesn't really need to go out here for a rush, and everything seems to be going their way. A 8 life deficit for RR to recover from, and ADR makes that a tad bit more difficult. Yes, the double pulls out the claw, goes for the 3rd in a row. Can he get the 4th? Denied by Akmal. A very quick revenge.
That is a great kill right there. You allow that lane of sight to be covered there by the claw coming through, and it was hot shots coming in from ADR, but they keep the damage to a minimal. They mitigate what could have been a nasty feed. Instead, now it's the lead that's going to grow by 10 plus. Make it 11. In yellow, it's EXC. They're back with a vengeance, and they are very, very sour about that first best of 5.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And we just got news that ADR and Faker were actually traveling home, so they were playing on their mobile data. Hence why the disconnection issues were pretty rampant. But the guys, they just got home, and it looks like the Wi-Fi connection is not letting them down. 10 eliminations on the side of Faker. ADR leading with a 12, and just like that, Faker catches up with his brother. 13-13, the Twins are on fire. 15-28, they take away Team Deathmatch.
Oh my goodness, that makes total sense. I know I harked on Faker earlier on for the performance in the first 3 games of that last series, and I couldn't blame him for the connection through the last in that game number 4. This one, night and day performance. The Twins are here to play, and let me tell you, when the Twins are out, them puppies sure know how to bite. My God, 1-0 lead and an early devastating round go in favor of XCEED. Radical Requiem. What happened, guys? Is this what we needed to see out of them? We needed all 5 to be participating? Surely enough, they did.
I mean, this is a tad bit worrying because it's the exact same mirror matchup for our Team Deathmatch that opened up the grand finals in the previous series, and we saw Radical Requiem walk away with the victory, but now things have been flipped around. Will the overall score for the series be flipped around in the exact same manner? We'll just have to wait and see, because just like you said, man, these puppies are biting now, and the Twins are here for a good fight. I think things just got a tad bit more heated up. Let's take a look at the post-match.
We're here for a good time, not a long time. Well, in this case, we're here for a long time, but it's for right. It is for the right, and things now being righted from the wrongs of earlier. Tails, ADR, Faker, they combined there for 39 from just 3 players, and the impact across the map when connected to Wi-Fi. ADR and Faker are them. Tails absolutely exceptional in their performance. On the left-hand side of our screen, we've seen some naughty boys getting exposed here. This one, not the way they expected it to go, as I assume that this is their map pick. Maybe it wasn't, because I think Tunisia is the second one to come up. But nonetheless, all that aside, a very, very night and day performance out of XCEED, or Radical Requiem, not handling the heat now that the boys are in the kitchen.
This is a interesting turn of events, and it's pretty much a little bit more convincing for XCEED KURZO to walk all the way through the reset of the grand finals and to determine or to prove to us that they are the master gladiators. Something drastic needs to happen in the search and rescue, and we need to go back to your bet that you made earlier here, Reddick, that as far as search and rescue is concerned...
They might maybe eat my words, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. That right there, this might be the turning point here for XCEED. I am going to retract all statements that I said earlier. I still think that Radical Requiem is the best search and rescue team, and it showed a lot throughout that first series, but we're getting intel that it was a fluke. It was a flop. The best team has arrived now the twins are back in the house, and they've got connection to the Wi-Fi, ladies and gentlemen. They are demons in this lobby so far.
I don't want to take anything away from you, man. I think you had the analysis spot on with what Radical Requiem can get done in a search and rescue. But it's the fight, it's the heart of XCEED KURZO that led them right back into that second matchup and standoff earlier on. Because remember, it was a 4-0 flat-out one-sided search and rescue, and then out of nowhere, we saw the equalizer 4-4, and then a little bit of back and forth, and it went all the way down to round 13 for them to claim that victory. It's just a little bit of a slip-up from Radical Requiem, which, fingers crossed, does not happen for them if they want to crown themselves the champion. It is in nobody's hands except the teams that are playing out there, literally, with their mobile phones.
It's kind of like, you ever been like a kid on the playground, and you know, the first time you play somebody, you just dominate them, and you're just like, oh my god, this is my moment. I'm the best kid on the playground. Look at me, I could shoot the basketball the best. And then you get a second runner up, and you know, you realize, hey, maybe I just got hustled, because now I'm getting absolutely dunked on. That's what it feels like right now. All the heights and the expectations and everything for Radical Requiem just kind of went out the window. As soon as Faker and ADR stepped back into the Wi-Fi connection, it was like, hold up, this is the reality, buddy. This is the situation at hand. You know, y'all had us in the first half, but here we are now. What's going to happen? Are you going to put your best foot forward? Are we going to actually see some competition, or is this going to be 3 straight in a row?
As far as the revenge storyline is concerned, revenge well taken for Radical Requiem. They have beaten the team of XCEED KURZO and hit that reset on the grand finals, but is that going to be anything to smile about when they walk away with 25,000 COD points? Obviously not. They won that 50,000, and once again, it's all in their hands. Search and rescue has always been a mode where Radical Requiem has gone out there and shown us that they are a dominant squad. If that happens again, we are once again in for a treat. But if the opposite happens, if we once again have XCEED KURZO not dominate, but punish and upset Radical Requiem on the search and rescue, then dude, MYSG is in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble. Yeah, they're going to be up the creek without a paddle. Let me tell you, this is not the time to be falling flat. This is the time to go big. You need to put your best foot forward. We need to figure out what the case is going to be. Are you going to be able to rise up to the occasion and say, hey, you know what? I can take on the brothers now. I don't care how much bigger or stronger or tougher or better looking, or how much of a muscle they've got in their arm when they flex up and down, or how cute they look with their little tongue sticking out. Now, obviously, I'm kidding, chat. I'm not completely sus, but what I am, it's because I'm passionate about the product we got here. And let me tell you, the redemption story for both of these teams has satisfied my, feel for Call of Duty Mobile again. And I just gotta say, I'm jonesing for some more. I need to see some of this action. I need these search and rescue to start now. Yeah,
I mean, I'm totally with you on that take, mainly because this is not Garena Master 6. This is not the pro scene. This is just the community of Call of Duty Mobile from Singapore, Malaysia, as well as the Philippines. And we are seeing great quality here. And as long as these teams can be given that love and support from the comment section, from the audience, and they stick together, they continue to work on the chemistry, work on some, try to patch up some of those gameplays, some of those missed opportunities, we are definitely going to see them come back here time and time again to show that they are in it for that long run, right? And I would love to see that out of Radical Requiem. You know, it's been such a long time since we saw some good spicy flavor out of the MYSG scene.
Oh, and I love me a good spicy flavor, let me tell you. I might be of paler complexion, but let me tell you, I like to get my hands dirty in the kitchen when it comes to those spicy herbs. What do we got cooking up in the back? I hope it is mucho caliente. Very, very spicy is what I want. I want it to be absolutely cooking. I want to be fried after this. I don't want to feel my tongue at all. I want Radical Requiem to strike one for their side, for the NYSG boys, as they are the last hope in the Philippines. They might have fallen early on. Now they're being holstered back onto the back by the two strongest of the players in their roster. Let's see what's going to happen here. This could go either way. I still stand by my statement about Radical Requiem, especially on this map. But after that mood change in that last TDM, I know nothing, just like Jon Snow.
I mean, not just the TDM, man. That search and rescue play at standoff earlier kind of threw us off our game, as well as casters, as well as analysts, because pretty much it was leaning towards one side, right? Radical Requiem were, on paper, the ones to walk away with a dominant search and rescue, but then come back a fight in the hearts of the Filipinos. Truly there, but Donk bonking on XCEED's tails. Prim taken out of the equation. Donk hitting that double, and hitting that triple as well. Donk's on fire.
Robbie going to be able to take down Donk, though, and damage is going to be done, though. Two players left standing. Robbie, what do you got left in the tank? Faker, you got to put yourself in a good position as you push out in the wrong angle. You don't have time to go for that back wrap, and surely enough, they're going to have to hit it from the front. There is not a lot of time. Faker's going to get dropped instantly. Robbie going to be able to take down Donk again, but again, you're going to have to play against four strong standing players. And my theory has been proven yet again in this first round. Dominant performance, even after getting slobber knocked in that team deathmatch. Coming out strong, coming out the gates heavy there is Radical Requiem up in a 1-0 lead.
I mean, dude, we just gotta, you know, speak some facts here. We saw this kind of performance out of Donk, even at standoff. He was the top slayer of that game, but the team still didn't walk away with the victory. We saw a 4-0 lead on that search and rescue. These boys better not drop the ball, really.
We'll see if they can do with it. Obviously, the ball's in their court right now. They took the advantage in that last best of 5, and well, they're going to take their ball and head home now. Is they do not want to play here on the A side, and I think this is the right call. Now, what I will say is there's a lot of time being dissipated. Is we're down to about 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, and we'll play number 3 in Faker. He's going to have to go big now as he sees all 3 players from the bum rush make it 4. Only one hold in the middle of the map, and that is for right calls. Here comes the hit. Akmal doesn't suspect a thing. Up top, Faker. How many before he goes? He's going to be able to find 2. Oh, make it 3. Boy!
Sneaky, sneaky Mr. Faker and Danielle, just like that. Makes it all equal. The numbers are there. Revival's not going to be brought in as ADR strikes down Akmal. Numbers advantage. And it looks like EAX and KURZO pulls one back. What a round.
God dang. Faker, what are we on, man? Whatever gamer substance, I'm going to need to know in the comments whenever you're done. My God. Danielle right there retaliating with 3 of his own, too. That could have swung either way. But obviously, when you or in a gunfight, you try to get the res down. You got ADR who's out for his revenge. Baby brother, I got your back. Is going to be able to find so, and well, the collapse does come through. Right now, we're buckling up for a hit. 3 here on the respective side. Nade's going to come through. No dice on the hit. Is not going to even get a little bit of intel. And Donk, well, he's making a little bit of noise up top. He's actually going to be taking some fire from down low, but nobody is able to hit a shot as of yet, as ADR is still patiently waiting for the move.
I'll get over that triple by Faker, man. It happens to the best of us. You check 3 corners, and the guy's behind the 4th one. Tails hits a double. Beautiful numbers here for EAX at KURZO. Donk all alone now. But we know he has proven that a 1v2, 1v3, not a problem for him, but it's all about the positioning, and he misses a good one on ADR. The revival comes on through as well. It's a 1v3. Donk needs to play the numbers. He can't get too arrogant. Ah!
Oh!
Run, boy!
Big kill. Where'd he go? Figures
Donkey!
There he is! Woo! He's a snake in the grass.
Oh my Lord!
There's Donk! Baby! Goes magnificent for the clutch. What a play.
This is too good.
That boy's a gamer.
I want to see more. I mean, Donk. Faker showed us what he could do. Donk showing us he can bring in the consistency. And yet again, Faker all alone. This time, KRM in hand. Do they check their corner? The guy's right behind. He drops the smoke. Faker. Sneaky plays once again. Thank you for coming, Mr. Dragon. Finds another, hits a double. Can he hit the triple? Goes for the slide, and Danielle shuts him down instead.
Oh, he's got me on the edge of my seat. Danielle's going to reel it back in, though. 2-for-2 trade's going to come through, make it 3. As we see the boys over XCEED not going to be able to take the advantage back into their hands now as we see the backstab. It's Donk. He don't miss. Rez looking like it might come through for player number 2. He's going to try and sneak it off. Tails. He's going to get the shots in, but Danielle's going to shut him down. ADR is the last hope. 40 seconds, and that bomb will destroy. ADR's got a lot of work ahead of us, and we got another Rez to come through. This one went from Mission Impossible to it ain't happening, bud.
That was a wasted smoke. No res on the tactical deploy, and ADR pays for that. 1 to 3. Radical Requiem slowly but surely kind of walking away from EA Exit KURZO. But I would not bet on either side at this point. It's still 50-50 for me.
What is 100% guaranteed is Faker is somewhere lurking with a shotgun. Let me tell you. Faker's got a gun. If it is a KRM, he is an absolute nightmare. Danielle going to be able to open up the first blood. ADR trying to play a little bit of aggressive, puts himself at a bad disadvantage, but Donk going to be able to hit the cross shot. Up top, you had, or not Donk, sorry, Robbie going to be able to hit the cross shot. Prem going to be able to take down Emmy in return, and Dragon Z now going to be able to pounce on Prem out in the open. We've got 2-for-2 trades, and Robbie, buddy, I don't like to play.
Yeah.
But I guess you had to push it now as he does get taken down.
Crossfire setup here. Danielle from the back, but no push coming on through. Danielle just gets the timing wrong. Focuses on the rest, and Prim says, thank you for standing there. Eat my mate. 2 to 3. The Exit KURZO pulls a crucial one back.
That one left me full. Very tasty nade, very elegantly tossed up there. Hey, I'm just playing for intel. Oh, I'll take you with me. Okay, Rez doesn't come through, and we've got ourselves a ball game. As we enter the last round onto the attack here for Radical Requiem, they have met their opponents, and ladies and gentlemen, it's been a gauntlet. In the middle of the map, Robbie going to be able to spot Dragon Z out in the open. The wall bang's going to land perfectly, and Donk now trying to look for retaliation. There is one right there on the opposite side of the wall, and he just cannot get the angle and cannot overextend. Donk shut down. Robbie winning the battle of the snipers in the trenches, as well as Faker, who is just a damn menace.
Yeah, 3 in a row now. Are they going to camp on the bodies of their opponents to make sure no rest comes on through and bait out the rest of the players? With this, a 3 to 2, the numbers don't look that convincing anymore, but the finisher is still there as EA Exit KURZO, just like the previous search and rescue. A 4-0 scoreline turned into an equalizer. This time, it's just with that 3 to 3.
And with that kind of advantage, even with a side flip, if you're not successful on your first few rounds, you try to see what you can get away with time and time out. And right now, Faker, he's getting away with murder. Look at this. He's got the smoke to cross through on into the spawn, but perfectly timed concussion is going to haunt him at the middle of the map. So the corridor is not going to be crossed as well, and he's cornered. He's going to be able to take down one, but he is dropped, and that is a massive body laying on the opposite side of the map. A casualty that could have been avoided, but a perfectly executed play. And certainly another one right there in favor of ADR. And Tails.
Tails hitting the double, goes in for the plan as well. Very good play thus far from the guy. Let's see if or not this recovery can be made as Donk, beautiful slide in with the DRH, but Robbie trades him out. It's a 2v1. Robbie can still make this happen. Emmy already tagged up. Can he get away? Robbie right up on top. Do you switch out your secondary? He does not. Emmy gets an easy defusal, and RR pulls up ahead yet again. Let's see if...
A perfect positioning there for the side of Emmy, as I was just trying to elaborate, but my mic suddenly went mute. I'm sorry, chat. But perfect time, perfect position, perfect place, and a perfect execution. Of course, we see Radical take yet again another advantage. But again, I mentioned earlier about how much you can get away with And Faker, he tried to take them by surprise, but well, with a perfectly executed stun, he was halted and dealt with and didn't have much of an impact here in this one. Right now, he's going to swap it up. He's got his teammates and brothers and everybody pushing towards the middle of the map as well as in the outskirts of the B side. And there are 2 players here left to deal with.
Oh yeah, Danielle, great positioning, but of course the recovery here by Prim. Prim now can go in for the push to find that revival. Oh, and does not check his corner, but manages the recovery either way. Prim with a shutdown onto Akbar, brings in the rest as well, and I believe we are about to get Faker right back in here with his KRM.
Oh, Dragon Z, perfectly played, throws a shoulder. Once the gunny wins it. On the bomb they go. Faker's now the last one alive. He's going to be able to find one. It's Dragon Z, though, who went crazy that round. 3 under his belt. And Radical Requiem stealing the show yet again here on the defense, as though the attack wasn't good enough. They have been solid so far, and one would even say flawless, but these rounds have been close. Still, anything manageable, and anything can happen.
At this point, Radical Requiem doing all they can to crush the souls as well as the hopes of EA exit KURZO. Donk with a double. ADR out of the equation. Can he continue this run and keep his numbers up? Grenade does not hit Robbie. Tails, that snipe through the smokes does not connect as well. Tails gets tagged up. Donk has to back away out in the open. And the recovery is basically that. But Robbie and Prim, the 2v4, how can they walk away from this through those rescue? And Tails gets brought back.
And a bad thing, too, is you got your player who you sent on a mission in Tails. He's not going to be recoverable as long... Well, not Tails, I'm sorry, but ADR, who is not recoverable right there. The res will come through if we see this transition over to the B side. We still got 2 reses possible on the map. Not sure who to respectively, but this bomb being decisive in the middle of the map, Robbie's finally going to make a dead set commitment as he doesn't spot anything on through the middle side. They've got the right call. They've just got to make the right move because a lot of time has passed. And look at the players in yellow. They're going to start to make the redemption and the reroute back over towards this B site. If Robbie doesn't make anything happen here, we might be seeing some devastation here on the site.
This is a beautiful rotation. A little bit of a letdown here from Radical Requiem for having no defenders at all at the B site. And not only do they allow this bomb to be planted, but they also allowed a rescue to happen on the B bomb site. So the numbers are all equal, but the advantage is a little bit towards the side of the Filipinos.
Oh, Danielle is just about like chef's kiss, masterclass, 14 on board. He has not been shut down. Akmo adding fuel to the fire. 2 left standing. The defense now of this bomb site needs to be protected. Tails dropped. Robbie's the last one alive. Blank shot. No hits. Dragon Z collects his soul. And we're on map point. Game number 2, very much so in the hands and the palms of the players of the Malaysia-Singapore region. It's Radical Requiem. They're looking for the get back in. Well, I'm eating my words yet again, Mustachio. This one has certainly been very epic, but I don't know. I'm still not convinced.
Nah. You convince yourself this is a epic showdown for sure. I mean, both sides giving it their all, and we are just enjoying a fantastic show here, man. Scoreline 6-3, Faker taking Akmal down first. I initially thought that Radical Requiem had made a mistake by just stacking that A, but with that phenomenal rescue and going in with a 5-man push to take B right back into their hands, you know, strategy-wise, that was just so beautiful.
Good timing here for Tails. Oh, no, it's not. Whoa! And just like that, it flips the script. God, Ibby is a dog, bro. Danielle there for redemption. The team last alive. It is it. Radical Requiem. Put this one down. No coming back. I said this was their map, and it is for a this ain't standoff. Wasn't a hope there for a comeback. It was 4 rounds on the defense row in a very, very dominant back and forth, eventually leading to Requiem tying us up. We've got ourselves a Radical series.
I don't know how Emmy walked away unscathed in that engagement and then took a double beyond everything else. And if situations like that continuously happen to EA exit KURZO in terms of engagement against Radical Requiem, then perhaps they might just not be the Master Gladiators. But I think you and I can smile year to year because we are 1-1 on this best of 5 series. We might just take this all the way to determine who the Master Gladiators truly are.
Absolute masterclass here. You could have said it any better right now. It's anybody's ball game. We're all tied up. We've already gone through one best of 5. We won't call it. We'll just say they won outright and fair because at the end of the day, the numbers don't lie. Faker was a damn demon on the map, but I mean, the search and rescue performance is just uncanny. The boys know how to play it over from Malaysia, Singapore. Radical Requiem have just perfected it, especially on this Tunisia map, and it came in clutch. And at the end, well, you saw a few ones that were lost and then a few ones that were easily won, but they were indeed. So back and forth we've gone, heading over to a hard point to decide who will take the advantage yet again. AJ, we've got a showdown on our hands. One of these teams will be Maximus, the other not so much.
I mean, how do you even pick between the two? I'm in love with both EA exit KURZO as well as Radical Requiem. Obviously, my Malaysian blood is making me lean a little bit more towards RR, but I would get fired if I do that. So it is a 50-50 for both. But look at this, man. EA exit Tails. A 7-1. He had a 7 KD in this matchup. I think that's a tad bit ridiculous. But Faker, no deaths at all. No,
it's a bug. This is that's not the KD. That's the first one's the kills. The second one is the plants. The second one's the defuse. So we had 2 plants in total for XCEED when they were on their offensive journey, and they went 4 rounds. So 50%, but they didn't get any victories out of it. As a matter of fact, we had 1 bomb defuse on the right-hand side. So it's an interesting one indeed, but maybe it's kills, defuse, plants. Maybe that makes more sense, but somebody in chat can let us know. They'll just call us idiots because we don't play Call of Duty Mobile, right? Yeah, we do.
17-11-11. Danielle walking away with the 17 eliminations. I mean, just stepped it up. When Bong could not deliver back-to-back because it just wasn't his map in terms of dominance. When you look at standoff, he was holding on to Granny's. Very, bread and butter kind of setup. If it wasn't Granny's, it's the second floor of Bakery, and he managed to dominate with the sniper. But now it was a tad bit more of a difficult position for him to hold on this map. But of course, the rest of the players are no, chumps, right? They go out there and they slay. Danielle totally stepping up for the squad. But what I did not expect was for it to be such a dominant victory, especially after the team deathmatch.
Yeah, they got pub stomped. That was not a good team deathmatch. Not a great way to start off your best of 5 here in the reset. You bought yourself the opportunity to redeem yourself, revenge. And I thought it was just going to go cold because you got absolutely destroyed. And then we get into this search and rescue, and I just got to go with my gut instinct, and tells me that my gut instinct is right, especially when it comes to search and rescue. And if you're the side of XCEED, it just leads me to believe that even though you won that comeback journey, the first search and rescue and standoff, you've got to find a way to try and not, get to the point of seeing another one, because anything can happen in the game 5. Anything can happen from now until then, but we're still tied up in this journey, and surely one of these teams will prevail. One of them, though, is not going to be able to meet the par. And we're about to find out here as we're going to get here for number 3, Hackney Yard for the Hardpoint. We haven't seen very much of this one, and with the play styles, I don't know. I said it earlier. I'm going to stand by it. It's a wild card.
This is where Robbie can recover some of his lost respect. When we saw earlier at Hacienda, he just wasn't doing very well on the scopes. This time around, if he is able to recover, I mean, we all know Hackney Yard. We all know how wide open those spaces are, especially on the outside when you're not playing that P1, when you're going in towards P2, making that long rotation in towards P3. Those snipers are really going to make a big difference. But of course, he is not the only sniper. We've got one on the opposite side as well that is equally as talented.
Equally, I mean, this guy has rose up to the occasion several times. He has been the point man. Donk has been him. He will bonk you. He will dunk on you. He'll do all of the above. He's Donk 111 for a reason, and he's just looking for one more chance to donk you right on your head, obviously.
Yeah, man.
He's going to have to be a standout player here rolling into this one, as the snipers were kind of like the difference maker in our first hard point of the series. come last. Now, this is a different map. The different elevations on, you know, how you maneuver on a map like Hackney Yard, it's going to be quite difficult, obviously, but who does it best? We're going to find out here soon enough.
Yeah, it's going to be scrappy. I am not a huge fan of Hackney Yard because I am not the greatest player out there. I always become feed on this map. I'm always running around in the open at the wrong time, wrong place, getting slain. And that potentially might just happen here as well if both teams try to go away on a very fast-paced matchup, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's Hardpoint. You are going to be dragged in towards the objective, whether you like it or not. It's not like Team Deathmatch where you can kind of like, you know, have a little bit of a, you know, Mexican standoff on the opposite sides of the map and just wait to see who shows up first. Somebody needs to play that point, and that's going to kind of make that chaos go a little bit unhinged. I want to see who can handle that chaos well here.
I'm just like you, man. If I'm walking in Hackney Yard, I'm absolutely getting toasted. But I will say this, just like I tell my viewers, I don't care too much to play Hackney Yard, but I love to watch the action too. Is the way players maneuver the map. It's a very unique one, as we've mentioned it before. I'm dead meat on it, but to see the players execute perfectly and flawlessly and how they're going to get the flips and how they're going to maintain the objectives, that's the name of the game here. We'll see who can maneuver it the best, and obviously you've got several lockdown points on this objective. Who is going to be the one to lock down the most points? If I was a betting man, I would probably reserve my full, because I think on a map like this, anything can still happen.
Let's see exactly who brings out the dominant place here as we head on into Hackney Yard. It is going to be Hardpoint. You've got the 5 points where you sure as hell need to go in for some early rotations, especially on that P4. If you are the last one to the party, you can pretty much be rest assured that you are not going to be stepping on the hill at all. And one more point that I will have to bring up is how EA XCEED KURZO was so determined on moving into the hardpoint in a single file manner with all 5 players without flanking around, without playing that pincer maneuver. Will that punish them on a map like Hackney Yard? We'll have to wait and see, verdict.
We'll have to see. Again, this one very, very exquisite. Head to London now, as the yards of Hackney are going to be absolutely booming with business. You see the train tracks, you see all the buildings, all the tins across the board. Now on the backside, the bad side, you'd say, is the Radical Requiem squad. They're going to get the flip as well as hold off the pressure onto the objective. And well, EXC, all they've got to do is win a few of their gunfights. And just like that, we're already getting mixy with the spawns, even though the objective's going to be held. It's XCEED all over for the time being. Unpredictable as all get out, though, for those spawns initially.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely, that's 17, 18, and oh, Radical Requiem's not really doing much here on this first hardpoint. Let's see if or not the recovery can be made. At the very least, a little bit of a circle around, but it looks like this is where we're gonna see Faker really pop off, man. On this map, the shotgun can really dominate.
Oh, soak in the Preddies. Rotations over to new. Oh, big gunfights on the backside. Tail's actually gonna be taken down, and just like that, we're going to need a full 60. You're starting it off right, but this still doesn't pop for another 20 seconds. They're going to consider to push up a little bit aggressively, but they're just waiting for the rotations on through. Player number 1 looking for the crossfire, and some big gunfights are going to be lost, and look how far player number 2 in blue is going to have to cover. Let's see if it pans out perfectly for him to get some backside shots.
I mean, 58 and oh, Radical Requiem not really given much room to breathe here. An early rotation in towards the tire shop P2, and they're going to make this their money hill if they can, of course, win out each and every single gunfight, just like what EA XCEED did just moments ago. They're doing a fairly good job with Bonk, 111 holding on. Prim taken out of the equation, but ADR entails Faker, everybody leading their way in, but P2 is just untouchable the way RR is holding on to it at this point.
Oh, hold the phones. Aqua not able to find one there. They're going to be wiped, and the spawns out of commission. Faker now setting the line of scrimmage there in the middle of the map. And boy, is he feasting. He's going to be able to take down 4, but is finally shut down and sent back to the spawn. And lo and behold, he can go back to doing his duties. Players of blue going to continue to hemorrhage now as the lead going to continue to grow by 50 plus and more. Rotations over to new going to be made. P3 going to be out in the wide open right in the middle. You have a little bit of covering, but you couldn't get a majority of that P2 money hill. Now you're even more so in debt On to this hard point we go.
I mean, 27 to 84 is quite a bit to catch up on. But this is Hackney Yard, baby, as long as you can find the lockdown. But this is one of the most open and hardest kills to find a little bit of a dominant run on. Dragon's going to be holding it all on his own. He's got the War Machine in hand as well to punish if in any case things do go south. And it does exactly that. It goes south. Donk now with one shot finds no proper connection. The secondary follow-up will find that Slay. ADR gets taken down by Donk. He is on a run as RR sneak the hill right back.
Oh, they're going to need it, though. I mean, look at this. They're down by 50, and, well, with 20 seconds left to go, you've done your fair share of making the comeback, and, of course, you mitigated the damage that could have been onto the opposition, but here comes the fire. It is going to be the Purifier coming through for a Faker, but he is going to be shut down abruptly, so Robbie now going to be able to pop the off his War Machine's going to come through. He's going to make it rain down from the heavens. He's going to be able to get a hit marker. Can't quite get there. It is the final piece of the puzzle. And he's going to clear off the objective. The bad thing is they don't have the hill occupied for the time, and Octimo in a prime position with the Purity himself.
I mean, it's all about the prioritization as to what you want to focus on, right? They were focusing on making sure no scraps were picked up. Radical Requiem said, okay, we will take your hill instead. Now they stack the players into office. They've got 4 to play on the objective. All of the access is all covered off already. So if in any case, XCEED Puro want to get something done here, this is where the operators will really come into play.
Operator's not going to go to waste. They may actually going to be firing a shot off to get that last player. Unfortunately, could not connect. Great trophy plays. Here comes Faker trying to make a move. Is going to be met very much so abruptly by Danielle, who's going to be able to pick up the 12th. And the hill's now going to be in possession. Is the contest finally going to be able to come through?
Wow.
ADR going to try and sneak on through. He is dealt with. And what lead was built off that P1 to P2? Only 12 points going in favor of the boys and gals over at XCEED from P3 to P4.
Ah, what a beautiful recovery here from Radical Requiem. 106 to 102. They take the lead. What a money hill made out of this office. And now early rotation in towards this next hill here at the dockhouse. 103. Slowly but surely, XCEED blocking it up. Now, this is a fantastic hill to hold on to. If at all Radical Requiem wants this, they need to go in for the pincer maneuver. And they're doing that exactly at this very point. But the players are all getting slain out. Robbie, Faker, everybody stepping up.
Oh, this is huge. Look at the spawn control. Absolutely massive. Heavy influence at the top side of the map to leak over into that P1 reset, but also very much so stable on the inside. Player number 2 is going to get a bad little spawn, and the kills on the objective are going to come through. Prim's up top. He's the last man alive, and, well, he's got to play his life for a little bit, but at some point, you got to hop down and get dirty with it. He's going to be dealt with, and now the boys and gals over at the side of Radical Requiem finally going to be able to get back onto the objective and reap some of the benefits.
Yeah, one final player holding on to the hill. That is Danielle with the LMG in hand. Doesn't need to reload all that too much, but the wrong timing on the reload. Then Faker takes that Punisher. He takes these scrap points away for XCEED, and a single point difference as we hit that reset on the hard point.
There we go, 130 to 129. We are neck and neck, ladies and gentlemen. This one's the grand finals for a reason. These are 2 of the best teams that we've seen in the community Gladiator event so far, and now we're about to make a champion out of one of them. Danielle going to be able to fire off the claw shots. He's got a Holger as well. He's got 17 with a minute and 2 seconds on the hill. He is finally going to be dealt with. Yes, the break's going to come through. They got a full 58 off of P1 early in the first reset, or in the first set of hills. Right now, they're settling up for 30 plus more.
48 to 136, and now slowly Radical Requiem trying to run away with this, but ADR is there for the recovery. Fennec in hand. The backup is there as well. Dong punching his way through, but not against the Fennec as ADR drops by for a little bit of a prison here delivered. Akmal can't find the recovery, and just like how we started off Hackney at P1, dominance only from one side, and that is from the Philippines. Radical Requiem needs to hold on to this P2, but look at this. Early rotation once again in towards this P2, this time from the Philippines.
Desperate times here. You're looking at the team in blue. They sold a bag here on this money hill early on. Right now, they got to redeem themselves with an early break. Operator's going to come through for Robbie, but Don going to be able to fill the feed up. Robbie is doing God's work on the objective. The Spawns, though, however, have a story and a tale of their own. Let's see what's going to come next. As player number 2 in blue is going to be shut down. Player number 3 in yellow going to be holding the line, but player number 4 is going to be able to sneak in, and that's going to be Immy. Is he going to be able to make a big play? He is indeed going to be able to find one, but it's not enough. The break going to be shut down, the hold locked solid, and 30 plus of the first 30 have already gone in favor of the boys over from the Philippines, XCEED.
Oh, but this is a fantastic flood, though. With 20 more seconds to go, RR gets the kill. Can they hold on to it? It's a 1v1. Prim wins it out, and it looks like EAX and KURZO will be able to walk away with the scraps here, which only opens up an early rotation into the most open hill on Hackney Yard. This is not an advantage.
No, it's not. 50 points needed to win here for the boys over at XCEED. They'll take the 2-1 advantage of the series. Can they get the job done here on an open hill like this one? We'll have to find out. Donk doing whatever he can on the objective. He's got a sniper. He's not going to hit the first shot to Robbie. Finally going to be dealt with. The shot's not going to be from him. It is going to be Donk, though, coming in massive for the backstab. Faker tried to sneak across, and Donk is still alive. Donk! Still alive! Finally able to get himself some objective time, and a 1 pound 2 kisser. Shot to the face. Fortunately, though, he does go down, and nobody from the side of Radical Requiem there to reciprocate.
Wow. I mean, dude, what a game. What a fight between the two men. Both sides relentless. They won the kill, and now the claw whipped out as well from Danielle. Dragon Z brings out the war machine, but he ends his run a tad bit too fast. 207. The Filipinos take away the kill. 16 more seconds to go. RR drops right back in. Adrian trying to save the day with the claw, but he gets shut down, and once again, the hold onto the hill. Radical Requiem right back in it. 7 more seconds, and they take the scraps. Can they also hold on to office just like what they did in the first round of rotation for hills? If they can make it their money hill once again, perhaps victory is in their hands.
They got the flood. They got the player on the outside. They got the player on the inside. This is theirs for the taking. You can't sell it here. You got to hold the line. P3 opening for business. Nobody on it for the time being. Get some kills. What's going on? Have we lost focus? This is Hardpoint. Play the objective. Danielle finally going to be able to hop. Patels is going to be able to pull out a Sparrow for himself. But it is going to be finally rectified. It is going to be Radical Requiem actually being able to hold on to the objective for the time being. They've done a good job of slaying out up top, but they got to play the hill and take this lead.
Prim with the Annihilator. Can he survive? This is going to be crucial. He gets the first one, still alive, and the Annihilator allows them to take the hill, but Abby walks on in with the Sparrow saying, hello, baby. Did you miss me? Adrian finds one, but Donk is right there for the recovery. 213 to 214. The equalizers all there. Perhaps not the money hill, but Radical Requiem trying to run away with this game for sure. And now early setup onto Dockhouse. P5. Perhaps this is the time for Radical Requiem to drop back for an early rotate. And yes, that's exactly what they look for.
They got to deal with player number 5. He's out there doing dodge work. Whoa! That should not have been allowed. Prim! Oh, it could have been the biggest kills of the game. It's certainly going to give his team the advantage. There goes the Hunter Killer. They're hemorrhaging. They've got to race to the point. They're going to be funneling on in, and AJ, it's not looking good.
It's not looking good, man. Prim might have just won EX in the whole Hardpoint matchup. What a bloodbath it has been thus far. But it all came down to that one crucial early rotation, and he was outnumbered in a 1v3. Prim still secured it. 3 more points to go. Make that 2. Thank you very much for coming, Radical Requiem. It is EAX and KURZO with the victory on Hardpoint.
What a game. What a Hackney Yard. I said this one was going to be a wild card. Boy, I have been on a roller coaster of emotions after this. We saw a comeback. We saw another comeback. The lead swap went back and forth. We saw dominance. And then we saw an absolute haymaker of a 1v3. That last feed from Prim absolutely proved that P5 is where that one was going to end. There was nowhere to go. You can't get the objective as you're spawning way on out. And certainly Radical Requiem just going to fall shy, though. A close one up until the end, but again, that last little bit of feed, that's all they needed.
Oh, I mean, you know, this competition's blowing my mind, bro. Because I'll tell you this is just a community tournament. These are not, these are not super pro players. They have not shown up on our pro circuit to dominate. I was not expecting such well put together strategies as well as executions out there. I was not expecting such great rotations, such game clinching, game clutching gameplays out there. I was just expecting basic games, but these two teams, they're taking it to a whole new level. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Again and again we went, and it all came down to that crucial engagement from the superstar Prim. I mean, even at this point, as we're looking at the scoreline, Prim wasn't really the top fragger, but it was all of those important eliminations that he was getting. But towards the end, he just became the king for XCEED KURZO.
Oh, he did. Give him the crown. Give him the championship. Give him his lion's share of that 50,000 or 50,000 COD points. Sorry, $50,000 worth of COD points would be a lot of money. Let me just tell you. But wow, what a way to earn your keep. What a way to end that one out. And the advantage right back in the hands of the players over at XCEED. The Filipinos coming through, absolutely crushing the competition towards the end. We take a look at the end result, 250 to 217. Again, game-changing moment, Prim. We will just continue to hark and rave your impact on the map. 197 with a 209 stat line there for the time. Kudos to you, buddy. You are him.
I mean, you know, perhaps not the most number of eliminations, but look at the time on the hill. And this guy, truly my personal MVP here for this matchup. ADR sure as hell did his part out there with the eliminations as well. But when we look on the flip side, Donk, Emmy, Akmal, they were all playing their roles. The only problem is those early rotations that is so crucial for Hackney Yard. This was something Radical Requiem did not focus on enough. The only two times where they did get that early rotation in was for a very open hill on that P3. Like I said, that's not an advantage at all. Early rotations in towards P2, P3, not so. P2 as well as P5. These are crucial money hills. But surprisingly, out of nowhere, RR actually made Office their money hill. Those are the kinds of stuff which just hit me out of nowhere, Verdi.
They did make an early rotation on the first set of hills to P2, but they were quickly spoiled. I remember it being like a 58-0, and you get a tire shop set up early on, and the positioning, maybe just like the gunpowder just not being there properly. So even if they did get the early rotations, it wasn't like they were maximizing on the holds. Even though we got to P3 and or P4 rather, and P3, that's where they kind of like chained and made their comeback. That's kind of where we saw the eventuality of this one being close. But it ended all on that P5 side where we saw a dominant performance the first go around there for the boys over at XCEED. And of course, that lovely, lovely feed from Prim, who, I mean, just kind of worked his magic. I don't even know how that happens. Like, you go back and break it down. It's just like one of those hip fire bullets hits proper. If he dies there, we don't have that end result. We maybe see a little bit more of a scrappy. We might even see a P1 reset. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm pretty confident that Callie's going to be breaking down that segment later on, because that was an early rotation. That was one of the key factors that I believe Radical Requiem should have been focusing on a little bit earlier, which is the earlier rotations for the hills. And finally, when they tried to do that, which they did manage to get done, Prim just absolutely annihilated them and ruined their chances. If they had taken Prim out of the equation, they had the spawn, they had the numbers. Once you get in there, it's very hard to break this P5. But it just didn't happen. This is grand finals worthy sort of a matchup as well as action that we are all tuning into here.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna fill this one later. I'm getting older at my age. Let me tell you, I don't recover as good as I used to. I'm gonna be needing some lozenges, some hot tea, some honey, something sweet, something to soothe me, because boy, does Garena know how to pop off. Here we go. This is it. This is the moment. The magic one. Could it be the end of the road for Radical Requiem? EA XCEED. KURZO coming through hot and heavy there on the Hackney Yard. And all of a sudden, we get a rematch from our first series. We didn't have two players in participation. We had them in the lobby, and it was still a close one, AJ.
Oh, yeah. But now that we head on in towards Arsenal, it's going to be team deathmatch. Like you said, man, we saw this earlier. We also saw some problems with this particular game mode and this particular match. But perhaps things are going to be a little bit different now that ADR and Faker have truly woken up, or I actually have to say, have reached home and are on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, and if you're Radical Requiem, you just hope that they get back on the road and say to hell with this tournament because, I mean, the results earlier were, you know, which led us to this moment and being here in this time. And now we're starting to see as the pressure's starting to unfold, you're starting to not necessarily make the best decisions. You're not making the worst ones, but maybe you're not winning the best of gunfights towards the end. Maybe you're getting a little sloppy and maybe it's taking a toll on you. This is your, what, third series in a row, 2 of which have been best of 5s. The first best of 3 was a quick one, but there's been a lot of time since you started up until now and to this point. And to be exact, it's been about 4 hours into the broadcast abruptly. So they've been playing for about 3 hours solid.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about early on as well, right? Is it going to be the fatigue that's going to be a factor for the diffusal of the radicalness out of the Requiem squad? Because they started off hot, and if you look at it from a tactical perspective, EX and KURZO could have just been dragging things out as much as possible, trying to make things a little bit difficult, but most of the time just trying to wear down their opponents. And I think that particular strategy has truly worked out, but it all depends on the fight of the MYSG squad. If they've got the heart for it, this does not count as, you know, fatigue. This just counts as a good warm-up and a good enough fire that has been kindled in their hearts. Because, dude, what just happened in that Hardpoint, if I had lost it with my team, I would be livid right now. So it could really go either way, Verdict. It's all about how you manage that stress.
No, you're absolutely right, because then you get into the point where it's like you're pointing fingers, you're trying to focus too much on what just happened, when in reality you should be focusing on what is about to happen. And it's the most important game of this series. It's the one that's keeping us alive here for Radical Requiem. If you're XCEED, the journey for you ends here. If you take this victory, you've got to find a way to set the stage proper. This is the redemption tour. You didn't have full connection last time around. What could have been, well, we're about to find out. There's going to be no questions, no ifs, no buts, no maybes about it. One true winner here from the community Gladiators event. And I've got to say, we have absolutely been delivered the best of the best here in Championship Sunday.
XCEED, you know I love you, but Radical Requiem definitely needs this victory, because I want a game of 5 in our second grand finals of the final day of Community Gladiators 2024. If we are going to crown the Master Gladiators, the very first Master Gladiator, this is one hell of a series to get that done on, and I would not mind a game number 5.
All right, we are going to see Robbie reconnecting into the lobby. Dragon Z is actually going to take his life. He can't in. And naturally here in the race to the middle of the map, we got Faker, who's already taken up a lot of space, and through the smoke, he's going to be able to prowl. He's going to be able to find 1-tails in the return as well, but Akmal there to mitigate the damage. Nonetheless, XCEED, they have taken the advantage, and, well, the boys over at Radical Requiem are trying to fight back.
It seems to be the exact same thing what Radical Requiem did earlier, which is to flood into labs and kind of hold on to this position. But what's surprising here is that strategy now is being executed by the Filipino side. Tails, Faker, everybody leading themselves in towards the lab. The one small difference in terms of a setup was they were checking their backs, right? They were looking at the jet deck. They had one good defender there just to make sure they don't get flipped across the map. But now, they really have to play this a little patiently, because slowly but surely Akmal sneaking towards the back, hitting those shots as well. Switchblade in hand. If he can find the connection onto Tails, this is going to be a game changer.
Might be a game changer. Need to figure out what's going on there for Doc, as he is going to be able to reconnect there with the sniper. Seen some heavy action, heavy guns coming through. 14-11 now. Life count still very much so in favor of EXC. They can close it out. Donk going to be able to find the retaliation. Robbie, what? How does that not kill your point-blank range? I could have, I don't know, anything. Game's just not favoring the side of the boys over at Radical Requiem. Maybe they did get a little bit more of an advantage there, but nonetheless, 3-life lead in favor of the boys from EXC. They've got the top side control. They got the laboratory locked down, and Dexter looking to put up some mad science in it.
Oh, this is going to be rough, man. Radical Requiem, they cannot drop the ball here. If they do, they lose the series. They need to make that comeback. They need to push this into a game number 5. But the way the Filipinos are getting it done, they seem pretty serious on ending it right here, right now. They've tired out their MYSG opponents enough already with a 5-life lead. Going for 26 more eliminations, waiting for those operators to kick in as well. And we know the kind of shine they will be able to bring out of this rusty little metal. Donk, once again, hits the beautiful shots, and now a 5 life deficit for RR to work through.
Okay, not desperate times just yet. Only 7
what a
minutes left
setup.
to go on the clock. You got plenty of time to make something happen. And Emmy not missing any shots right there. Here comes ADR for the top ropes. It's going to be able to get the kill right into the lab they go. They've got the P1 objective locked down. And, well, in the outskirts, we've got Radical Requiem trying to make an entry, but they're getting pieced apart. Tell's going to be able to continue to do so as the perimeter control is locked down. Look at this. It's a 2-1-2 setup. Player number 4 is on the objective as of right now, and he's looking for the hop up to the window. Tell's is going to be able to find one in return, and there goes the operator. This one looking like it might be getting out of hand.
ADR, they just need to take this claw operator out of the equation. And it looks like he just disabled his own claw by some wild sprays. But now, Robbie, gonna be a bit of a threat for the MYSC squad. War Machine in hand. It looks like he does have a few more shots in here. 2 operators each on both sides. Have not been brought into activation just yet.
That is a gunfight that you have to win if you are the side of Dragon Z. It's going to come back and haunt him. ADR going to be able to continue his rampage. 33-27, biggest lead we've had so far in this one. And it might be enough to seal the deal. 6 minutes left to go on the clock. I'm sure we're not going to be expiring before anything happens. We are definitely going to be getting these kills. Is now the win condition here for the match point. Tournament point going to be only 16. Make it 15 needed. Tails drops by his own accord. Akmal going to be able to find a revenge frag, and well, suddenly you got to make a move. You got to make something happen. You're down by 7. You've got to win some more gunfights. What's going to be the move here, Radical?
You cannot waste your operators. They are pretty much your lifeline. And now 4 operators stack on the side of Radical Requiem. They cannot make the mistake that the team of EA exit KURZO did the first time around on the TDM matchup, where the timing of those operators was just a tad bit too late. So even though they had those operators and heavy gunfight capability, time was just not on their side. And now a 9 life deficit. It would be a great, fantastic time to pull those operators into work.
I mean, I don't know what we're waiting for. Christmas, it's got to come now. War Machine out. Finally, Dragon Z going to make the first move. He's going to be able to find one Emmy. Now going to go pop on the board. Prim going to be able to take down Danielle. Dragon Z's dropped Emmy. Going to get traded on out. Prim finds 2. And we're down to 7. They just need those numbers to close this one out. Pro Faker almost takes down Daniel, but he does stay alive. And nonetheless, his claw is going to have a little bit more juice in it. It don't matter.
Daniel's just running up short at this point of time. His only elimination through the operator. Wild shots. Guy needs to step it up, and now Prim, the Annihilator. This is dangerous. Hits a double. And Prim, 4 more eliminations. Can it all be done with just the Annihilator? Are we looking at the Master Gladiators right here? All from Prim, the guy who made that hardpoint possible. Only needed 2 more, but Akmal shut him down. But perhaps it is still all over. 1 more needed verdict.
Hold the line if you are in yellow. Don't push up. Donk going to be able to find one. Is he going to get aggressive with it? 9 lives needed to stay alive in this tournament. Only 1 needed from the side of EA XCEED. And chat, that is it. We've crowned ourselves Masters Gladiators Community Event Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, 3-1 in an exceptional game at number 4. That's EA XCEED, AJ.
Radical Requiem got their perfect revenge, but the perfect revenge was just not enough to crown them the Master Gladiators, your champions for the Call of Duty Mobile Community Gladiators 2024, brought to you by Garita. It's the one and only EA XCEED KURZO.
Look at that. Lovely, lovely stat lines from these players. What could have been in that first series wasn't, and sure enough, we found out what the real answer was. The true champions here in EA XCEED KURZO. You can see it. Faker and ADR. Massive map presence there in that team deathmatch. Arsenal could have gone one of 2 ways, and they made sure they decided their fate.
The Philippines still reigns dominant as far as the SMP region is concerned. But of course, it came really close, a little bit too close for comfort. And I have to say, Prim, the difference maker, Prim, the guy who clutched it out in that hard point in those very final moments, or else it could have sure as hell been a game 5 at this point, and the same guy to get it done all over again. And before the activation of that Annihilator, he wasn't actually bringing a lot of impact into the game verdict.
No, and if you remember too, he held the team together like glue, like gorilla glue in that first time around. I think he dropped 22 on this map. So to be able to perform towards the end was massive. It also helps that he had ADR and Faker, who were absolutely frying on the map. We saw Emmy right at one there with the operator. Prim went absolutely big. Even on the man top, he didn't get caught out open. Emmy gets dusted. His teammates get the job done along with it now. And man, I don't think it could have gone any better. Obviously, I wanted to see that map 5, but XCEED doing everything they can to not let it get there, as anything could have happened there. Again, it was standoff that they managed to pull in and roll back in for themselves the first time around, but who knows what would have happened the second.
I mean, at the end of the day, what I truly want to say is, both teams deserve a lot of respect. I want to see exactly what Cali has to think about or, share with us in terms of the analysis of that matchup. I'm pretty sure he's got a lot to say. So let's bring the guy right back in here. Cali, who impressed you more? Was it the Master Gladiators or their opponents?
I'm impressed with these two squads that just fought in this grand finals. I mean, this is incredible talent that we just are able to witness just from this community Gladiators. I believe Radical Requiem and XCEED, they got so much potential, and I want to see them compete at the next major stage that we got in Garena MSP region, right? And definitely was a big win for XCEED, but Radical Requiem, the lower bracket run that they did, and the grand finals rematch that they were able to force was not an easy feat. They have to have so much mental endurance just to keep that one from, falling apart. And they did so, but they just couldn't win the respawn games that we have here for today. Now let's take a look at our analyst segment in here and see what we got prepared. It all starts with our team deathmatch at takeoff. XCEED was so great at breaking the stadium control here, by the way, which proved to be so effective because not only they did 3-angle push here, but it was a 4-angle push. Right, Tails holding down the lower floor. Faker was taking over the scaffolding. ADR came in through windows, and Robbie just is utilizing that sniper and just trying to spot down the players within the stadium right through the stairs. And when we play this clip right here, they were able to easily break it through and just managed to score some of these kills and just maintain the overall structure of the stadium, which proved to be a very important gameplay for them because they were able to take most of the players within this building itself. And I love the play here for XCEED. They definitely had ADR and Faker do so much of this damage. And moving on to our next clip, almost the same exact thing, but this time it's kind of an individual play. It's a broken play. We got everybody at least split spawning for Radical Requiem and for XCEED, but one thing more than likely, Faker has just been providing so much of this attacks for his teammate, right? And he was able to push up through the second floor of the stadium side and was just able to play with his life and get a lot of these kills with his purifier. So when we play this clip right here, we know he's trying to play it patient, check every corner as he can, and once he hop up on the stadium side, he obviously tore it apart with the Type 19, one of the best weapons that we got on the AR side. Definitely brought in that purifier to final score piece, bring this team closer towards this victory in this team deathmatch takeoff. And same thing though will not be said on this search and rescue because they did kind of fall apart. Now I don't want to break down the plays here because there was just too much, but I want to go and look into the micro decisions that we got from this players that we got in there. I think you guys remember this clip. We got Faker. He is obviously in a great spot here, playing this one very smartly just by utilizing that shotgun up close. He does have 4 players that will be pushing from the shops heading to the B side. So what he does next here is just kind of play it patient, right? So when we play this clip right here, he knows, he hears the sound cues, and watch what he does next. He spots everybody and he takes down the guy at the back line first, which is Dunk, so that he does not have to worry about any of this the backstabbing situation that he's gonna have himself costing his life out there. So when he managed to take down Doc in this clip, he was able to follow up with 2 more, gives himself
Oh my
3
God.
kills before he gets taken down. And watch what that happens, right? A 1-for-3 trade that bought his teammates some time, and eventually they were able to flood the A site and score this finish. Now, you think that play from Faker is great? Man, it is not yet over. Another micro decision gameplay from our next clip we'll be following right up next, and this one is from Doc here. Snipers always going to be the best players in Tunisia search and rescue, and for Doc, he was able to get that good read on everybody else, right? 3 players just holding down the A square. First contact for Doc was just spotting the guy down within the shadows. Once he hops it down, paused it one real quick, he enters a doorway so that he can reduce the angle he has to aim at. So when we play this clip right here, that guy flies through, he's able to take him down.
Oh
He hears
God.
that sound cue. One more time, he slides by and just takes down Robbie. So Doc definitely one of the amazing snipers that we got in this community Gladiators, and I'm looking forward to how they will be playing at the coming tournament that we got in this battle. Now, it is going to be a tie-up series, right? 1-1. Now, on this next game, it is just going to be more of one amazing break here, honestly, for these 2 squads. This is, we got 6 seconds left here, 180 to 208. It's a very close battle, and it's a battle for the next hardpoint rotation. And number 2 in blue in Akbal, when we play this clip right here, he was trying to hunt for the player inside of that hardpoint from XCEED. He does find those 2 players and immediately gives his team that next hardpoint rotation, and they got that early hold. And this is where Doc was able to create one of the best plays in this hardpoint. And on this next clip that he got, right, he's got an annihilator open. He was ready to use it. He popped in 3 players already. When we play this clip right here, he just lit up everybody else and buy his team some time inside of the hard point to put them at the tie game in this game. Unfortunately, though, they were not able to close it out because on this next clip that we got, it was one hold of a lifetime.
That's the one.
It was an amazing investment from XCEED. Take a look at this utilities that they got, right? They got the Predator missile. They also got that War Machine. Great crowd control weapons. When they invested the Predator missile, they already knew that the members from Radical Requiem will be spawning from the cop cars. And when that hit, when we played this clip right here, they already spot down 2 members. Prim was able to take down 2. They brought down that Warrior Machine, and they were just able to control the lanes. No one really getting close in there. They managed to secure that victory. And on our last clip of the day, right, on Arsenal, which is going to be where we saw XCEED finalize everything up to secure this championship. Now, this is an amazing gameplay for them because not only did they manipulate this map to the T, right? Because we all know that this has been a map for Radical Requiem all throughout the playoffs. But they did what Radical Requiem did up against these other teams, right? And which is take over the top side of the Arsenal and just force the other players on this lower side of the map. Now, I like what we saw here for Radical Requiem because they just talk with each other at the artilleries instead of pushing individually and just trying to play hero ball. And that is one way for you to hold and just let yourself maintain your life out there and maybe play for those trades in this other gunfights. But the problem here that is that the players, they stuck around the artilleries for too long, right? So when we saw number 4 in blue in ADR takedown Dragon Z on this next clip that we got, right, they were able to secure that massive flank to just extend the lead even further. ADR going to play for that flank. No one really guarding here for Radical Requiem. So Daniel was just kind of rotating back and forth. There's no extra help for him. And ADR was able to light it up, get those eliminations. And that right there was the game-sealing deal, right? 10-point lead for them approaching this final map of the day and just wrap things off for them to finally take home the championship of the community gladiators here.
Okay, if I can add in here as well, Callie, if we just rewind it a tad bit, right? Just about 5-6 seconds prior to this.
Let's get that rewind. All right.
Yeah. You can see it was still a situation where they could have made a comeback. 4 operators on standby. They could have defended this spot right down here, man. Unfortunately, the option to pull it out at batteries wasn't made. I don't know why the decision making was such, but it was such a huge miss of opportunity, if you ask me.
Pull out game weak right there.
GG's, man. GG's.
Terrible. GG's.
Yeah, I mean,
good run, though. It was a hell of a
going
run.
to be, you know, it was a hell of a run, you know. It's just that they could not just really turn it off at the very end, right? Could be the mental game. But hey, let's take a look at our MVP of the game. They still played magnificent in this game. But this time, XCEED, they have exceeded expectation and they managed to bring home the championship.
Yeah.
And Preem gets himself the MVP here, AJ.
I mean, truly well deserved. And you know what? I have to say it, and I have to say it right here, right now. This is why I'm so appreciative of the analyst segment that you are running, Callie, because we were wondering how did Prim manage to pull off that victory at that hard point, and you kind of like seal the deal with the crowd control, right? The Pretty giving away the information, the War Machine to have a little bit of extra area damage, and that's exactly how this guy kind of helped the squad truly maintain their composure, because if at all that Hackney had been lost towards those final moments in such a heated 50-50 battle on Hardpoint, we might not see them as the champions right now. We may not see Prim as the MVP, but he made those game-changing plays. Even in the team deathmatch with the Annihilator gameplay, such supreme finishes towards the end. I mean, I cannot think of a better MVP for the squad.
No, I completely agree. To break it down, it's not all about KD. It's about having an impact on the map, and you just can't create situations like the way that the side of Prim was in and figure a way out of it and come out victorious on top. Obviously, he didn't have his best performance, but he had a big impact inside of that team deathmatch, just as well as we've already highlighted inside of that hard point. So big-time players are going to make big-time plays, big-time games. You can have 40-2 stat line, but if you're not making impactful kills on the objective or towards the objective or when it matters the most, you're not really contributing when you need.
Yeah, I can't agree more with what you guys said there, right? It just supports the point. And yeah, this has been my analyst segment. Hope you guys enjoyed this one, right? And for the last time, I bid myself farewell. AJ Verdict, it's a pleasure for you guys to join me here and gain more insights on how these players play at the community level. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Callie. Fantastic analysis as usual, and it has been amazing casting with you, Verdict. I mean, I don't think Community Gladiators would be anything as to what it is right now without your voice, man. Thank you very much.
No, I appreciate the opportunity. Like I said, whenever we were going at the ends, man, I'm here to work. We put in work. We put in a lot of work.
Amen.
Friday, opening it up, it was a 6-hour broadcast going into tomorrow or the next day as well. We put in a lot of mad hours. And let me tell you, waking up early is not an easy feat for me. I did it for the community, though, and this opportunity, I mean, do so. I know it's a small one, but hey, any opportunity to get better, any opportunity to cast with the greats of the greats here, and get to see the greats of the greats play, obviously I'm going to take.
On that note, let's take a look at the third runner-up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is none other than TeamBa, and it is, sorry, the third runner-up is Chaos from the MYSG squad for Community Gladiators 2024, the team that managed to make it all the way through to the playoffs, unfortunately faltered a tad bit too early for my liking. But the main important point here is they made it this far, and I want to see more of them in the future, Verdict.
No, you're absolutely right. In layman's terms, this is the fourth place team. They're going to take home 8,000 COD points, taking home 13,000 COD points for themselves. It's our second runner-up. It's TeamBa, the Community Gladiators 2024 second runner-up. They had a hell of a run, but ran into the wrong opponents in the lower bracket in Radical Requiem. And let me tell you, they put up a hell of a fight, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, if you want to hype up TeamBa, we definitely have to hype up the ones who walk away with the 25,000 COD points. It is none other than the team that surely rocked our worlds, Radical Requiem, truly the pride of MYSG right now. The runner-up of the Community Gladiators 2024, brought to you by Call of Duty Mobile Arena, and it is for sure a team that we want to see shine in Garena Master 6 very soon.
You're absolutely right. I called this early on in the broadcast. They were my favorites to win, but
yeah,
you know, even Verdict is wrong at some points. I will retract my statement now and say the true champions, AJ, coming right up.
And the champions, none other than the one and only XCEED KURZO, your champions, your master gladiators here at the Community Gladiators 2024. Call of Duty Mobile would not be anything without its community, and if its community is being represented by such powerhouses, I know the pro scene is going to be rocked to its core very, very soon. Do not forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the top 16 teams, all of the teams that have made it into stage 3 do qualify for the qualifying battles of Garena Master 6. So there is a huge probability of seeing these teams once again. We've gotten a taste of the quality. The next time they play, they won't just be playing for COD points. It's gonna be real money, baby.
Cold hard cash, pay me in dollar bills, y'all. And if you are the side of XCEED, you got to be like Prim. You got to shut the competition up. Take a look at that face right there. That's the face of a winner. It's the face of someone who has been there, done that, and certainly going to be able to put this one under his repertoire, as well as the twins next to him and the other compadres to come through. The pride of the Philippines here in this Gladiators community event. My goodness, AJ, I could have done it without you. This one has been an absolute blast, and I've got to say, probably one of the better community tournaments. It was extra long, and that's okay, because we got to see it from beginning to the end. Yeah. The story's being told from the start all the way towards the end here, and surely enough, if that bracket didn't tell you enough stories, I'm sure the players will, as we're actually going to be able to get an opportunity to hear from them, right?
Absolutely. I believe we do have a interview segment with a player from the champion squad. Unfortunately, their team is not responding. I think they're celebrating the 50 COD points. I think they're already in the game trying to spend all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, they've already hit the lucky draw store, man. That thing is gone. What are you talking about? But 50,000? No, it's been gone. Trust me, they've already spent it. As we do get gear up, though, as we wrap up here, got to give a huge shout out to the production team. My God, we've come far. This one has been a delight. Everything going flawlessly, even with technical issues, handled very well, and getting geared up, the players being good sports, everything as well too. So good sports and Radical Rec. We don't see too much character, especially in online events, and people online just seem to have like the negativity coming out in them. Today we got to see the positivity and the bright lights out of some of these young men and ladies.
This is the start of something new as far as Call of Duty Mobile Garena SMP is concerned for esports. This is definitely the start of something new. We sure as hell hope you guys have enjoyed the upgrade in terms of quality. We'll be looking to bring you guys more action like this for sure in the coming tournaments. Right after this tournament, what we do have on the calendar of esports is Garena Master 6 as well as Esports Day. So for Esports Day, I mean, some of you guys might not be confident enough for Garena Master 6, but Esports Day, we sure as hell hope you will jump in together with us, because it's not just MP. We've got some BR battles. We've got multiple modes that are going to be run in there. So whatever your flavor is in Call of Duty Mobile, we know there's an opportunity for you to walk away with some COD points.
It's going to be an opportunity for us to walk away here from this one, as we are getting confirmation there will be no interview. Unfortunately, the players said, I'm going to go ahead and spend that 50K, and I'm going to jump right back in the ring, where I'm going to continue to sharpen my tools. And that's going to bring us to a conclusion, AJ. From beginning to end, it was a sweat fest. May the sweatiest survive, and sure they did. We crowned our champions. They are Maximus here in the Gladiator Arena. That's right. They are sent off victorious, and surely enough, we got to give you a huge shout out to all of them too. So it's been a pleasure working with you, my guy. I don't even know. I knew this day would come, and I hope there are many more opportunities, even if it's just not the cast or, you know, go back and forth with whatever the future may hold. We'll have to see.
Likewise, my guy. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for being a great audience. Thank you for making Call of Duty Mobile all that it is with your support and love. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Verdict, and on behalf of Cali and production, thank you, good night, and goodbye.